Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. You join us this week on yet another sunny week, where my lighting will change, and probably you will hear a rumbling AC when it gets way too hot in here. Perfect for, when the party is going through minus 30 degrees climate. It just really matches the vibe that I'm out here in a summer shirt covered in flamingos. Anyway, before we get on with tonight's episode, as always, we have a few things to cover. And the first thing is us. If you really like what we do and you want to support the show, the best way to do that is on Patreon. Patrons, we get the best split, and also all the money goes right back into developing the component cast and the budget and all that kind of things. Also, patrons get early access and downloadable high-res copies when they're available of the coming Elendor Chronicles soundtrack, which is still heavily in production and will be slowly rolling out soon. You heard the first song from that in the intro there on repeat. Yes, other than that, we've also got our wonderful friend Mordred back. He's back from being here. We did a swap, me and Mordred. I went to Sweden. He came here playing musical chairs. But we have him back, and he has some carnage to catch up on, and so do you. So, without further ado, let's get on with tonight's broadcast. We're back. Hello. So, first things first, I need one person from this party to give us a recap.
Yeah, so the recap for this is actually very short and very succinct, because it can all be tied up in a nice little bow. After a day of planning, the Skyfire Adventuring Company finally used the leverage that was procured by Sol and Zedaar to try and meet with the Council of Religious Leaders in the city. The meeting went about as well as could have been expected. Some of them got really pissed off. We made a decent impression, but Breton feels like he managed to convince at least one person that he may be the right person for the job, and he leveraged that even if you don't want me for the position permanently, you need somebody who can take charge right now, and who else is going to be willing to give up that power once everything is said and done. Then we also negotiated that, hey, we want to go talk to these dragons. We want to go have a conversation with these dragons, see if we can't learn any information that you didn't manage to learn. And when we got down there, they revealed, like, oh, we have these things that are specifically used to communicate with the dragons, but we only have so many of them, so not all of you, but the time frame that can be used to communicate with them is lessened the more people that we use it. So we decided, okay, two people is all we really need to try and have a conversation with them. And brilliantly enough, apparently we allowed Ruby and Valmir to do this. Sure, nothing could go wrong with that, no problems, no side effects that's going to be having that. And the process of doing this, the interrogation is not going super well. And the idea is posed between the two people who could speak to the dragons. I don't know if the rest of the group got to say on this because I was not here at that point. I apologize. But it was apparently posed that, hey, what if we just nudged them a little bit? What if we just try to get under their scales and try to get them to reveal a little bit of information that may or may not they wouldn't divulge otherwise? Get them hot-headed, as it were. And apparently they were too successful because we pissed them off so much that one of them managed to breach its chains and is now escaping, and we have to deal with that. Ruby, because Ruby's back, managed to successfully banish it for the time being, and now the rest of her just waiting for the aftermath of, wait, what happened?
Yes, so at the end of the session, I started counting down. You have 12 seconds before the banishment will end. But anyway, I need all of you. Well, all of you bar Zep to roll initiative. So here's how...
I do not have a Zedaar on the map.
You do not have a Zedaar on the map because there isn't a Zedaar in the turn order. But yes.
I got one of my best initiatives ever. Never mind.
It's
fine.
I was tactically placed far enough away that I could not give my bonus to anyone else. That's fine. Breton gets a 21. Gourd gets a 13.
So,
How the hell does Ruby have a +6 to initiative?
the first thing I need you guys to do is to add the spells that you said you cast in the last session. So, Ruby, currently you are concentrating.
Yes.
I had mirror image.
You did?
Why do I have a +6? Oh, because I was next to you before.
Yeah, Zep, you are going to roll me a d20 luck check, please.
Shit. Can I modify Zedaar's? Because apparently he
That's a 2.
Okay.
Zedaar got a 17, as a note. Because he is actually close enough to Breton to get the honest of the aura.
I banish the dragon. I use Fire Shield on myself. And I am preparing to cast Wall of Force.
Burning Bond on Ruby. Breton is going to cast See Invisibility on himself. Probably not going to come up, but he's going to do it anyways. And Spirit Shroud on himself.
The next
as well.
question I have for you all is who would like to take control of Zaraj?
I mean, if I'm not there, I could.
Sure. She's now available in the character selection. And everybody watching at home, don't worry, you'll get a map soon. I'm just wanting to get all of this out the way.
I've got a bunch of modifiers I need to have here, I think.
None are for me. Actually,
Unconscious.
one of those is
No.
for me. The immunity. I think you still have. Damn,
black
you still
buffers?
have Heroes Feast from when we were in the fight in hell. Jesus.
It's been a long time since we've been on a battle map.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last fight
look
you did on a
like
battle map
Grey has
was
it?
hell.
Then I need to go through and clear that because I was the person who applied that Heroes Feast. Give me 1 second. It has been a hot minute. It's not on Balmir. On Breton. It's not on Ruby. Okay. Meanwhile, Zedaar, because Zedaar is also here and he's going to cast spells, and he has far more spells to cast than Breton, is going to throw. How many of us are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to throw a 4th level Bless up.
Is the red dragon supposed to be injured?
Yes. I remember I described that one as injured.
Yep.
2, 3, 4.
I don't, but sure. Okay.
6. Everybody but
I will take your word for it.
clear tracker here. Zedaar, target. Sorry, to make sure I get everybody here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a bless from Zedaar.
Why do I have resist all?
Because I give you warding bond.
Ah.
And because he's super paranoid, he's also going to cast Death Ward on himself. Using him a 2nd, 4th level. Alright, that is all the preparations I have.
Okay. So, I need everybody to roll initiative if you haven't already. Let me know when that's done.
Oops. That wasn't supposed to roll that much. It's only supposed to roll one of those. First one.
Jesus, Zaraj.
Because this turn is obviously going to start after Ruby's turn. You're all going to get the opportunity to, have a action stored, because it's going to be down to when she drops it.
Well, then, do I want to cast Wall of Force? If we're going to throw down, then we're going to throw down.
If you're going to cast Wall of Force, then we need to, I need you guys to decide.
Ruby is looking towards Breton. I can contain it. When it pops back in. Oh, we can throw down now.
It's going to want to fight. Containing it's not going to last forever.
I can hold it for
Zedaar.
40 minutes maximum.
Siraj would like to take the opportunity before we start to hide.
Okay.
This is Zap doing a Siraj impression.
I am trying, okay?
Just sound like you're one of the Skyrim.
Okay, so are you going to hold with the Wall of Force? Or are you going to take actions against it? I've got to have an answer now.
No, we are not going to do Wall of Force. We're not doing Wall of Force.
Okay.
We're going to let... Yep. If
You
we're
guys-
throwing down, we're throwing down.
We could always try and save that for if we need to.
Yeah. He's going to try to fly. That's my bigger concern.
It's gonna get branded. So I've activated my right cold on Fate Hammer, and I'm gonna brand him, or the dragon, once it comes back for the shot.
Okay, so Ruby, it's technically your turn. Everyone else may hold an action to engage should they wish.
All right. Ruby's palm almost seems to glow with a brilliant, almost sun-like energy as she concentrates and forms a sunbeam in her hand. And in that same moment, she is going to drop the banishment and just scream, "Go!"
Oh, it's
Okay.
right there. Oh, okay.
Yes, you were in front of it. This
Look,
is
I
this is what?
Look, I thought it was going to be in that little hole at the bottom.
No, that's-
Okay. All right. Okay, that's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Okay, so let's work down the list. Ruby, as you've dropped the banishment and you'd know when it'd be arriving, I'd say it's your held action first, and then everyone else's held actions.
Well, double checking to make sure this is correct. Each creature in a line must make a Constitution saving throw. He will definitely exceed that. Anyway, she's gonna cast it. A failed save takes radiant damage and is blinded on a successful save to half as much. It isn't blinded. Okay. Then she is going to just almost an Iron Man repulsor sun at this thing.
Okay.
Let's see if this works correctly. Cast.
There's no way your DC is 12.
No way my DC is 12. What?
That's what the spell's set to.
Oh, because I just added it. I'm sorry.
Why have you
It
just
rolled a
added it?
14.
Because I didn't level Ruby to 12 yet. I leveled Soul.
Oh, okay.
The save for Ruby should be much higher than 14.
It's not drawing up your charisma. It's just
It's
your
not.
proficiency.
Yeah.
So at the very minimum, that's at least a 17.
19, because I have the +2 from the Blood Roll Vial.
Okay, it was going to use a legendary resistance.
Okay. So it would take half of this damage.
Oof.
That's a Minecraft oof if I've ever heard one.
Okay.
It doesn't Willoughby reroll ones or something?
Not radiant
radiant.
damage.
Fair.
So, who else is readying an action?
I had one, but Balmir, you're closer, so I'd say you go first.
I'm gonna try and hit it with my glaive.
Okay.
It's like, oh shit, it's back.
Also,
so
Balmir, you got your wish. I believe you aren't able to see its HP anymore.
yo,
We do not. No, we can't even see if it's injured or not.
I can.
I can.
hovering over it does say wounded.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I can't. All I see is.
I see the little dot on the bottom.
I
of
see
the
that.
wall.
Oh, if you hover over the dot, it shows you. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I've been using the whole time.
Oh, you blessed me. That's what the +4 is. Okay. That's a 29 to hit. And I am going to put onto that. Let's see if I can find it. Where have I got it? Where's my smite thingamabob?
Can I have moved? I'm sorry. Or my hand off the chest piece.
This is readied actions for the strike as it
Right.
reappearing. Your turn isn't over yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna put an Eldritch Smite on there. I haven't got that on this character, but I gotten rid of it, so I'll have to fix that. But just that's an extra 1d8 force damage that I'm gonna do.
Roll the 1d8.
But there's the regular ass damage, and there is the extra force damage. Is 3. What size is Mr. Dragon Man?
Huge.
He is now prone because I knocked him over with my smitiness.
There's no save
Okay.
for that? There should be a save
no.
for that.
Once per
Eldritch
turn, when you
Smite's
hit
a notable
creature
exception.
With your
Oh, really?
packed weapon, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to deal extra 1d8 force damage to the target, plus another 1d8 per level of the spell slot. I think it actually should be higher than, because Warlock spell thingy should be 3rd level, so I should do another 2d8 there. Sorry.
Just imagine that Valmir walks up and hits like a golf club. Just, punk, and the little dragon, what are you? Boom.
Yeah, so another 8 damage on it, and yeah, he is pronified.
Okay. Who's next?
All right. Well, if we're doing, held actions and we do them in turn order, I'm right after Valmir. So,
I mean, if we're doing a turn order, then I should have been before Balmir.
do you have anything you can do at range? Because you're not getting.
I had 12 seconds to get next to this dragon. I just didn't know where it was in the room. Because, I mean, it was banished for 12 seconds, and we would have seen where the dragon was in the room.
Fair.
Yes, make an intelligence check for me, though, just to make sure that you don't appear, like,
Under it.
Okay.
under it.
12.
Yeah, fine.
All right. Then, if my turn should have been before Balmir's, then it wouldn't be prone, just as fairness. So I guess I won't target it. So when I swing, just to be fair, that's going to hit regardless. First level Divine Smite, because that's what we're doing.
33 hits.
For 30 points of damage. Did I damage myself?
Yes.
You targeted yourself.
Yep, I still have myself targeted. I apologize. So 30 points of damage to the dragon. Oh, good. I made my concentration check. Jesus Christ! I rolled a 33 on the con. I rolled higher than the damage.
Yeah, your rolls were a 19 and a 20.
Plus helps.
Yes.
Is that your whole move?
Yeah. No, that was just one attack. It's all good.
It's always one attack with ready
Yeah.
action, so
Okay. When you say one attack, does it mean one attack?
one
action?
attack. One
One.
attack with a ready action.
Okay. All right.
I only did one.
Yep. All right. Okay. I'm attacking with the Zep special short bow.
Natural 20 automatic.
Why do I have disadvantage?
Because it's
I was
prone.
He's
about to ask
prone.
that.
'Cause it's
Oh,
prone.
it's prone.
So
That's
range attacks are disadvantage.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
Which arguably for a huge creature is a little silly, but 5e,
Rolls.
ladies and gentlemen. 5e, ladies and gentlemen. Then I believe after that is the guard or Zedaar.
Guards aren't readying.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then it is Zedaar.
Zedaar also didn't ready. He's concentrating on spells.
Mm-hmm. Does that leave me?
Then James, then Zep, then Braun.
All right.
Zep and Braun aren't in the turn order yet.
Yeah.
But they're not here, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, James, you don't have an initiative.
I
That's why
don't.
you're at the bottom.
You didn't roll initiative.
You didn't roll initiative.
Oops. Hey, I will roll that now. Sorry.
Congratulations, you're last.
Yeah.
You are now.
We're fighting. What?
Wherever I fall now is fine.
Yeah, you would have been
Take
second.
my shot.
So
That's a 30 to hit. I imagine that's for 19, and they'll also be branded. So I'll always know the direction to them as long as it's on the same plane as me. And that's it for now.
Okay. Ruby, it is the rest of your turn.
It is the remainder of my turn. Fantastic. For my primary action, it's going to be once again, I'm going to pew pew this guy with. Oop. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to pew pew him with the sunbeam.
Oh, sorry. Zaraj didn't get a go.
No. Okay, Zaraj. You've already pewed him with the sunbeam. It's the same turn. So you can't do it again.
I beg your pardon. It's the
It
start
was
of
your-
initiative.
no,
No.
it's you using the sunbeam is what triggered it being released. So we all get to take our actions. It's still your turn.
Okay. Still my
It's
turn.
still that turn. But anyway, Zaraj needs to go.
Zaraj will shoot it with her bow.
Because Siraj is ahead of Ruby.
And she will use her ability to get advantage on shots. Aim shot, that's what it's called. Where's the actions gone? There it is. Longbow. Fire.
Midge, would you have considered this the dragon's true form?
Yes.
Well, I hope so.
It looks like a dragon.
I'd be sure.
No, it
Wanted
turns
to
out
make
the dragon's true form is a 5-headed red dragon hydra.
Because it must
Polymorphed.
succeed on a wisdom saving throw or revert to its true form once I shot it. So that's why I was asking.
Just has more acne now.
That should have been a 16 because it would have been her advantage would cancel out the disadvantage, which was a 7, not a 5. So 16.
Miss.
I thought so. That's all I got.
Okay. Ruby, it is the rest of your turn now.
Ruby's going to move to here.
Okay. It is the dragon's turn. going to stand up. And as it stands, it rears back its head and begins to produce a smouldering flame.
Oh, no.
Can you make it so I'm not unconscious and prone?
You can do you can do that as well.
Yeah, you
It
can
won't
do
let
that
me.
yourself.
Give me a
Look,
second.
might as well just leave it. You're gonna get there again anyway.
Well, no, it has an effect on his rolls.
Yeah, I didn't have the option to remove it. Sorry.
No,
Interesting.
I think if the DM applies or the game applies it, the player can't remove it.
Hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I need everyone in that cone.
I feel like I'm getting punished for no reason.
Actually, I can target you myself, can't I?
yeah, you should be able to.
Well, this was remarkably unfortunate.
Well,
At least it's not water.
There is a reason I argued. We have 12 seconds. Breton would not be standing in cone distance.
No, that's why Ruby moved.
that's a lot
You
of
may-
dice.
Oh, wow! All of you succeeded.
Zaraj takes no damage. No, wait. She might have evasion.
She's not got evasion. She definitely does
just
not have
checking that.
evasion.
Yo,
She's
high
only
road.
Hold on.
she's only level 3 rogue. She's rest
You
rest
didn't-
ranger.
You didn't target Zedaar. He is in that area. To be entirely fair.
Can you
Oh,
roll a
no,
dexterity saving throw then? Would
Sure, I'll happily roll a dexterity saving throw.
Don't bring down the curve.
And there's the failure.
Bring down the curve.
Everybody else rolled well over 20s. Zedaar didn't break 10.
What?
It's a lot of dice.
so that's 60 points of damage to Zedaar and half to the others, unless reduced by anything
Alright.
else.
Cool. Can I make a DC 30 Constitution saving throw?
No.
I sure can't. There goes Bless.
Okay, everybody. So start removing bless from everybody.
Yep.
Did it not make you automatically roll?
No, because I had to do the
Ah.
image manually because I wasn't targeted.
Fair.
Yeah.
At least we all got one round off on it.
Yeah, and that bless probably saved some of us from being very much more toasty.
Right.
That's
Anyone that's not within.
And Zep's out here. Okay.
Everything that's not within 10 feet of Breton. You need to make a wisdom saving throw. As now the dragon's fire breathes out, its fear aura returns.
17.
A wisdom
double check.
saving throw.
DC
eh?
19.
Huh,
Hey.
can I just say I fail?
You could pass that. You could pass that
Wait.
technically.
So everybody who
Wait a
avoided the
minute.
fire breath is terrified. Zedaar, who is nice and crispy, believes that he can handle this.
I got this.
I'm gonna use Indomitable on this.
Okay.
Do I have it on myself because of myself?
Yeah.
Aura of protection.
No, you don't get immunity to fear till 10th level.
Okay, then I have that.
But you do get your big bonuses.
Okay, I'm gonna turn.
I was going to say, this should be passable by you now, Valmir.
Oh yeah, no, I got it.
He rolled an 18. Like
Yeah, no, I should have had a 24.
Yeah. Okay. So anyone who failed that is now frightened.
24. You rolled a 29.
Right, yeah, but that's +5 that I shouldn't have had.
So who do I need to target? And I can apply the frighten.
Azarash.
James.
Darius.
Yeah, nah, fire.
Is-
I go fuck about fire.
Is everyone who was hit but but Zedaar and
Yeah, so
Valmir.
basically everybody who succeeded the saving throw except for Valmir.
Basically, everyone in the back.
Literally.
Everyone in the back line, essentially.
Yeah, but essentially
Yeah.
the people furthest from the dragon are also scared now.
Yeah, the guards also failed.
It's not so bad. The people in the back, you can't see all of it.
Also, it now begins to take off. Those in melee range with weapons ready may take an attack of opportunity should they want to.
Sure.
Okay.
Breton will roll high again. He's gonna smite the fucker again. You don't get to leave.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
No, it does not.
No. Well, I can't stop it from escaping. I'm sorry, guys. Sentinel
hit it
ain't
for another
working when I
22.
miss.
Okay.
And it probably won't matter in the long range, but it does have its speed reduced by 10 feet because I hit it with Spirit Shroud.
Oh. Its movement speed is reduced by 10 feet. It does matter because it's also used half its movement to stand up. So...
I know dragons also fly really fast, though.
Yeah,
so...
yeah. It's so he... Okay, so he is now 40 feet in the air.
Sorry, I'm also doing a.
I know that exactly.
No, 30 feet in the air. Sorry, you said removed by 10. He had 80.
Mess.
So 35 feet. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Like,
35 is yeah.
in the middle of the two that I just said. This light is really brutalizing me right now.
Because he was prone, so yeah.
You're
Put
welcome.
on some sunglasses, Midge. Just be the cool GM.
Ideally, you would have hit him again and knocked him prone again, but you know what? It's all good. You know, it's a solid first round regardless.
I wouldn't need to knock him prone
It's
again.
Sentinel.
Sentinel would have.
Ah, yeah. Well, I would have appreciated him being prone for my turn.
Well, I also can't do that. I don't have any
So
more.
he's now 35
Spell
feet
slots.
in the air. And that is its turn. Over to you, Breton.
Breton looks angrily up at the dragon that he has absolutely no way of reaching.
Mm-hmm.
So what he's going to do is he's going to temporarily, I probably should have done this during the ready rounds, but that's fine, is going to set a sword down, pull out the animated shield, activate it as a bonus action.
Okay.
So he'll get the animated shield ready, and that is going to be his turn.
Okay. James. Crispy James. Oh, not that crispy. Not that crispy James.
I'm gonna look to Darius and I'm gonna say, we need to just let it go. I know where it is and I could track it. I'll know exactly where it is and we could follow it back to his lair.
I've got nothing against it, and I haven't done anything to it yet. So.
For lack of trying.
Got no
Spread the word.
reason.
And then
Yeah.
I'll run down to Zedaar and I'll say the same thing.
No, you won't.
You can't go closer to it because you're frightened.
You can't go closer to it because you're frightened.
Zedaar, come here.
You can't go close to it because you're frightened.
I need to tell you something.
Just shout! Just shout!
I don't want the dragon to hear me that it's branded.
Dragons do have
Yeah.
very good hearing.
That's why I'm being quiet next to Darius.
I see. I understand now.
So I'll run over to Zaraj then and do the same.
Just a little end around.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll shoot it again. Because I can do that.
Advantage.
Disadvantage.
At disadvantage.
That's fine. I can make 2 attacks at disadvantage.
You sure can.
Or not.
There's the first one.
Well, you made the attack. It's just.
There's the second one.
Oh,
That
hey,
was a
one
hit,
actually
though. Yay. For 15. Now it's extra brand. Yeah, so where it hit originally, you'll see an A, like a very nice calligraphied A, in a diamond, just a little diamond line.
You know, a really pretentious Zorro.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yes, that'll be it.
Hey, found me.
I don't really have anything
Good running jump.
special. 35 feet is a little much for even me. I'm gonna move over into like this. Let's call it a corner, and then I'm just gonna throw up a couple of Eldritch Blasts at it.
Okay.
Pulling blast, is that a thing?
It is, but I don't have it. The first there is a straight up miss. The second one is a it's a hit. So I'm just gonna do a lovely little bit of 9 damage, and that's it.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I don't know if we're waiting on the dragon to do something with the.
Yeah, it's taking a legendary action.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The turn didn't tick over.
Oh, I do get Aura of Protection.
You do, just not aura of courage.
Yeah. So I still did get a 27 on that.
Can Breton and Ruby please make a dexterity saving throw as it begins to beat its wings?
Are we close enough for that? This thing's like 35 feet
No,
up.
I think it's 35 feet up.
That's
We're
true,
outside
actually.
wing
No,
attack
you're
range.
right. Then ignore me. Then ignore me.
I try not to do that as a dungeon master, but
As the DMs immediately chime up and are like, this is a dragon. I know what a dragon does.
That's fair. That's totally fair. I misread I did misread the range. on that.
Verticality on a map can be difficult sometimes.
I'm like, yes, looking at the two. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Yeah, who's next? It is Darius.
Yep. Just gonna knock another arrow. I'm frightened, but it doesn't mean I have to retreat. I have no duty to run. So I'm just gonna attack a couple of times with the short bow.
Disadvantage.
Yeah, no. I think that automatically applies to attacks. Because I have the condition on me, right? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am targeted. Cool. First attack. Miss. Second attack. Miss. And last attack.
That's going to be a hit, I think, isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
it's double
219.
Yeah. Cool. Do I have piercing strike or whatever it is for one of my abilities? It's been so long since we've been in a fight, I have forgotten. Precision attack? I don't think so. Precision attack just gives me extra. Don't have anything to add damage. Cool. So, just the basic damage. 14, because it is a special short bow from Zep. Because it is larger than a large creature, or it is large or larger.
It's
I knew that would come in handy.
Yes.
If
And
only
let's
I,
kill a bunch of dragons.
if only I hadn't like.
Anything
gotten
else on your turn?
disadvantaged. I don't think there's anything I can do to break frightened right now. So that's no. You know.
Okay. Right, time to make some interesting bow shots from these guards.
They're all gonna
Stormtroopers,
be natural
go!
20s, like double natural 20s 3 times.
Well, they're not frightened, are they?
Oh, they
Oh,
don't
they
have
all-
bows. No, they won't then. They've got
They just start
spears.
throwing.
They could
So
throw
hop
their...
their spears at it.
It's out of
Not at that
range.
range, they
Not at that
can't.
range. They just start running.
Yeah, I would too. These are the
Clearly
creatures
they
that
have the
destroyed their city in Otter Lake.
Did the one guy that let us down here? Did he not stay?
No, you told him
We
to run
told
and go
him-
get people.
Okay.
Oh,
I
you weren't here. You
wasn't
weren't here.
for
Sorry,
that
you
part,
weren't here.
bitch.
That was. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Sorry, I realized post saying it. I apologize. I do apologize. Zedaar.
Zedaar is going to do the thing that he does that is super useful to everybody, and I need to quickly start measuring the thing. Drawing, enter drawing mode. Nope, sorry. God damn, I'm trying to remember how we do this because it's been a while since I had to draw a thing. Nope, stop. Just enter, stop it. No, seriously, how do I stop drawing those?
Right.
Right
Click,
click.
exit. Right click, and then yeah, you gotta go
30 for radius.
exit drawing mode instead of enter.
That was not an option. I can get Zedaar, I can't get Valmir, I can get everybody. Right, I can get those people, that's fine. Yeah, that's not an option anymore, what the fuck? There we go, clear drawing. Zedaar's gonna cast Mask Cure Wounds. And he is going to cast it on... himself, Darius, James, and Ziraj. Because those are the people he can get within the range of it. 23 points of healing back to each of us. And then that is going to be Zedaar's turn. He is going to hold firm in this position.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Zep, make a perception check.
Zep or Braun?
Zep, for now. I don't even know if Zep and Braun are in the same location right now.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay. Zep, you just saw, like, a pillar of smoke, like, come out of one of the rear side of the cathedral from where you are.
Would have heard gunshots too.
Oh, gunshots?
Mm-hmm.
Because initially I was going to say pillar of smoke from cathedral, it's probably incense. Gunshots,
dragon
however, is another
roar.
matter.
Yeah, it's like you see the, and then you just watch like you're across the square. You've been building that like workers' lodge, and you're currently on some scaffolding on the front of it. And you turn to see just this, like a cloud of fast ejecting smoke, followed by the din of combat, and then just you also notice like most of the people in the square. There is like a stunned sense of horror that just washes over the square as it instantly becomes eerily quiet, and they all sort of look towards the cathedral.
Okay, so the first question I have is Braun actually here?
I will say with that perception check, you don't see him right now.
Then I will do what I must to assist my companions. I will use my special boots of flying, tap them to each other, and then begin launching into the air up to where the cathedral is.
Okay, roll initiative for me.
That is an 18.
You will be joining in 4 turns.
Okay.
Unless your boots of flying have a different fly speed.
No, just normal.
Can you not dash while flying?
He is. I took that into account. It's
Okay.
the other side of the square, and this is the other side of the cathedral. So he's got to basically fly across Red Square to put like distance into.
Gotcha.
Or the other end from the Lincoln Memorial to the monument of Bill Clinton.
And Zep is only small. He moves 25.
Might even be slightly more, but I'll let it be at 4. Okay. Darius. Oh.
I already did it. You didn't go past the guards because we did.
Yeah, I
Zedaar.
did. What the hell happened there?
Zep rolled initiative and it moved him up in the initiative order.
Ah, yes. Yeah. That's what happened there. Oh, shoot.
Back. Okay. Both.
Zaraj.
Right. Zarash is going to... So everyone else is still just unloading into this thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Including the people who told you not to do that. They continue to shoot at it.
Yep.
Then that seems
Well, I
like
said
the
let it
obvious
go.
thing.
I didn't say. I was just saying we could track it. We don't have to trap it.
Then Zarash will also continue to shoot. With just a regular longbow. And
Okay.
not using a special ability this time. What
7.
was that with... Oh, fear. 16.
Does not hit.
Except, I don't think that Zaraj has a new bow set up here, so that should actually be with a +2, because there's a +2 to hit.
Still doesn't hit, I don't think.
18. Okay. Then for the rest, Zaraj will run back
Just
here.
misses. Just plinks off the scale armor.
Oh, hang on. No, she's not. She's going to do it again, because she has extra attack. There we go. Nope, that's even worse, because disadvantage. God damn it. She's going to say, God damn it, and then run behind the pillar and bonus action hide.
Which god? Bahamut?
Bahamut, obviously.
Yeah.
Bahamut, damn it!
And if anybody would damn a chromatic dragon, it's Bahamut.
Ah, damn it. And that is her turn.
Okay. Back to Ruby.
Ruby is going to look up and go, end of the line, beast. This is one dance you won't be leaving early. She is first going to attack with the pew of the sunbeam.
Cool.
Hopefully it blinds him, because that changes what happens next. Tag everything selected to make sure, just double checking, sorry. Yes, okay. And cast. He succeeded. Why is the DC 12? I definitely fixed that. He'd have passed anyway, but I definitely fixed it. It's the attack, not the save. Oh, derp.
Okay, so roll damage.
Yes. Damage. 30. Much better than last time, so 15 halved. And in that moment, she's going to drop concentration on Sunbeam and quick cast Wall of Force. A sphere around him.
Okay. So you want... So it's a... Can you mark it on the map, the sphere?
I will do so. Yes, please. It's just immediately around him, though. Drawing. Enter drawing mode.
Also, you need to accept Zaraj's move.
pointer.
I hope that's it.
Also, Midge, you need to accept Zaraj's move.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
Cool.
Can you do it as a... Oh.
Oh. Okay, sorry. I need to move that. How do I move it? Oh, there we go.
That's
There you
gonna
go.
move her through a pillar. Zep.
I mean, she has 30 foot, so she go around it. I just did that because it's easier.
Okay, so she's hiding behind it. Okay.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
And then she ends to go, you've nowhere left to go. time for you to face the music. And that will end her turn.
Okay. On its turn, it polymorphs into a human.
It's still a sphere around it, but okay.
If a creature branded by you is in an alternative form, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or revert to its true form and be stunned until the end of your next turn. Whenever a branded creature attempts to alter its form, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the attempt fail, and it is stunned until the end of my next turn. So
it succeeded his wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
And it is there, just floating in the orb.
What does he polymorph into a human?
Mm-hmm.
What does the human look like?
It's a woman with they're in like a long robed outfit, long red hair, like deep red, not ruby red, as in like almost black red.
Ruby's is very saturated red.
Yeah, very desaturated, very almost like a red brown deepness. And they just sat there. Crossed legs. Smoke darker than the burgundy. More like a red leather, like deep red leather. And they just sat there, smiling. That's their turn.
And the wall of force, what you go, wee!
Breton.
I guess I want to ask clarifying, how obvious is it that some of the people here are truly frightened? Because Breton is standing like 80 feet away, 60, 50 feet away from them. He's not entirely sure. I don't know. Breton can't do anything to affect this, so he's just going to call out in common. So, this can go a couple of ways. You could just be civil about it. All we want is information. But that's all. That's his turn.
Okay. James.
Could you all come here, please? I can't quite get closer. That's it.
Okay. Dalma?
Well, sure. I'll head my way 30 feet towards. So actually, I'm gonna just 25 feet because I'm gonna be a little bit careful because I'm kind of walking backwards, just never taking my eyes off
Okay.
Dragon Lady. But yeah, other than that, yeah. That's my
If
turn.
it matters, Midge, they are held for 10 minutes if you just want to pause combat for the time.
No, I'm not pausing combat yet.
Okay.
God damn it. Never good. That's like a GM asking you, so how do you open the door? With what hand?
Are you going to open it or shall I?
Is that the end of your turn, Valma?
Yes.
Darius.
Just to knock another arrow and step backwards to James, just kind of keeping an eye on it. Actually, let me double check the range. Short bow. What's the range on a short bow again?
8320.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I can make that.
I wish I could just lower the sphere back down.
That's where it is.
Just back there and then wait. I'm not holding an action or anything. I'm just kind of waiting.
Sure. Sure.
Terrified.
Guards continue running. This one is now screaming for help. Zedaar.
Zedaar does not have much in the way of anything to need to change. He will make his way over towards the group to kind of regroup with that. And then he's going to cast a second level Cure Wounds on himself because he's still a little burned after the whole fiasco. Make sure I'm targeting myself here. Cool. That's Zedaar's turn.
Oh shit! No, never mind. It's too late now. I could have gotten rid of fear. I could have given something to James to get rid of his fear too.
You got potions of heroism.
No, the soldier's pies I made with the shield because they're lesser restoration.
Yep.
And they can cure one condition
Yes,
when
they
you
can.
eat them. So there's just
Yes, they can.
there are 5 really stale.
It's a rush.
So there's a thing around the dragon at the moment.
Yeah. It's a wall of... It's like in a giant obstacle.
Has Zedaar seen one of these before?
Probably not.
A hamster ball or a dragon?
Shoot the dragon.
Okay.
He doesn't know what it is. So again, this is +2.
Okay.
And she's hidden, so... I forgot the thingy advantage. So that should actually have been an 18, so yeah, that would have hit.
It'll bounce off.
It bounced off the wall.
Ping! What kind of magic does this thing have? She'll do it again.
Zaraj, it's my magic. It's not going to be able to escape from the sphere.
Now you have told me. You could have said before I used my arrows.
You're welcome.
Here's me
Static
nothing anymore. Some can turn them out in sleep.
Really?
That's Zedaar's done.
I'm trying to... my math is not that good. An equilateral pyramid. To concave it is a wall of force. So the 35 feet, I don't think is enough because it's 1,000 square feet if it was just 10 by 10.
What are you trying to do?
I'm thinking, I don't think it would work, but I'm basically, the pyramid at point at 35 feet to concave it down with the wall of force that the floor is still not pyramided out, but basically there's no, make it so there's a pyramid with no floor with the wall of force. I don't think so. Yeah, it's
You'd have to
1,000 square feet.
recast the spell for one.
I have the slot for that.
You can't even make a solid wall 20 feet high with wall of force. There's not enough tiles.
Yeah.
You can form it into a hemispherical dome, a sphere with a radius of up to 10 feet, or flat surface made of
Shape a
10
flat
by 10
surface
by
up to-
10.
up to- yeah.
That's not a flat
10.
surface. That's a 3D object.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The only way you're holding it in place is with a sphere.
Then Ruby is just going to maintain her concentration upon the wall of force and keeping an eye on this dragon in case it does anything.
Okay.
Now it's its turn.
Yep. What it is. You see its lips move.
It's casting a spell.
Yep.
Counter spell, please.
Does it, it would probably have to make another save against the shape change.
That too.
Why? It hasn't changed shape again.
If it's in an alternative form. A creature branded by you is in an alternative form by way of the polymorph spell, the change shape action, or shape changer trait, the wild shape feature, and similar effects. It must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or revert to its true form.
Which it has.
It already has.
It already has. There's no timer. It doesn't say and repeat this every turn. So it's done. It's succeeded.
I think it's when it reads, Shane, when it's branded. Meaning when you brand it.
Okay.
Well, there's a yeah.
Yeah, but it says and it can't benefit from
So
invisibility.
sadly, you can't counterspell through a wall of force. Because it won't physically go through.
What won't physically go through?
The counterspell.
It does. Sorry, reading.
Nothing can physically pass through the wall. It's immune.
Nothing is physically passing through it.
The spell has to go through it.
The spell has to go through it. It's a ranged spell attack.
No, it's not.
It's a ranged spell. Yeah, it does. It's got 60
It's a
feet
ranged
range.
spell. It's not a spell attack.
As far as I'm aware, it has to travel that distance. And it would have to intercede with the wall of force. Therefore, it can't go through it. The only spells that work through a wall of force are ones that require that take something from A to B, not go through A to B. Because it counts as full cover as well.
D&D Beyond, if there is a wall of force between you and an enemy caster, you can't counterspell his spells.
Okay.
Have we fucked up here?
If he could teleport away, it would have teleported away already.
Well, you see it disappear.
Is it invisible or is it gone? What did he do?
James. Did it immediately change compass directions or is it still point true?
James knows exactly where it is, and Breton can see invisibility right now, so...
Yep. It's not invisible, Breton. James.
Yes.
You feel a pulling sensation. I've got to write which way you're facing right now.
Give us cardinal direction.
Yeah.
You get cardinal directions, right?
That's canon.
Due north.
Can you tell a distance?
You always know the direction to the branded creature, as long as it's on the same plane as you. You don't know distance, direction.
So it could be on the other side of that wall.
I'm just gonna spin around with rifle in hand and go, it's that way.
Oh, Zarash, be careful.
Okay.
You see that Zedaar has also disappeared.
Can I start moving in that direction?
You no
Just a
longer
question.
fear your fear anymore.
Okay.
Oh, it's gone. Well,
It's
Raj, can you sense it? Actually, no, never mind. That was just a big question, because she would sense the ones in the room. That wouldn't help. Never mind.
There are dragons still.
No,
And
I
she would
forget how
know-
useless that ranger ability is.
Yeah, because you know that there is one, not where.
Yeah.
And it's
It,
up to
it doesn't
6
even
miles.
tell you a number. Like, even a number would help in that regard.
if we kill these
There are
two, we might
dragons
have a
here
chance.
still.
Okay.
If I can start, I'm gonna start moving in that direction.
Okay, you're
If
just
I'm
going to start running north?
Not running. I'll start like, come on.
You smell something, James? Smell something?
We made it bleed. You can smell the blood.
He's got a scent.
James is now a bloodhound. Okay.
He's a blood hunter. Yeah,
Yeah, it fits.
it does.
Out of curiosity, when Ruby said counterspell, was that cast? Like, do I now know that counterspell doesn't go through wall of force, or was that?
I do now.
So that spell was cast then. Okay.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, Ruby is frowning intensely at this.
We need to start tracking it. She
About-
transformed into a person. It might be because she's trying to hide in the city. We need to find her.
About
What does that mean? It could
Guys,
be
Midge is trying to talk.
about 15 seconds later, Zep, you fly into the ruined room and see your party somewhat singed, but in a room with 2 dragons.
Arguing.
And now arguing, yes.
I heard gunshots and saw smoke and also fire.
Good sign that I'm around.
This is true.
Wasting time. We should be going.
Where there were 3, there are now 2. We must hurry.
Okay, I guess we run out the door then.
As you head
Zep.
towards the door, boom, it kicks back towards you, and there is a line of about 40 heavily armed paladins, the guy with the 2-handed hammer, and a couple of other members of the High Council of this place. The Council of Grandmasters. The word was escaping me for a moment there. Apologies. And there is a moment of
Dragon breached the guards. It's teleported out. We're tracking it. Stop the others from getting out.
Make a hole, people.
Skyfire would be the fastest way to catch this thing, assuming it hasn't left the city.
you over there. But they do not let you through.
They don't let us through.
No.
Okay.
Is there a problem, gentlemen?
Is Zep still flying?
In what way are they not letting us through? Are they brandishing weapons at us, or
No, but the guards are all blocking the door. There's like a big line thing. A few have broken off and run over to the other dragons. And there's also one that looks like more like a cleric that is like checking the chains. You see they put like they like throw like a dust into the air, and like the residue formates over the magic of the chains and then fades again.
we don't have time. The big one has escaped. We need to go after it.
Aye, we do. And we are gonna go after it. But you realize that you interacting with this, it escaping, it's now nowhere to be seen. Looks kind of bad, doesn't it? So we need to have a chat before we let you go.
We do not have the time. We have it branded. We can go after it.
Can I slowly start making my way away from them? Like just
Which
kinda
direction?
backing up. Just in general, just backing up more into my group versus being the
Sure.
one at the door.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I respect that, and I believe you. But we've been burnt by imposters before. So
Look
forgive
at
us.
me. I'm burnt right now by the dragon.
You don't seem all that wounded.
He's got a point for a dragon attack.
Zedaar just grabs the ridge of his nose.
Is Zep still flying kind of behind us as he came in?
Zep, are you
No,
still
he would have
flying?
landed.
Yeah.
Could I be permitted to take a look at the chain links if it is said that this beast escaped? I wish to see if they were weakened by sabotage.
Take a good look at those chains, Zap. The dragon was going to break free regardless.
Oh, for the love of all that is holy. Where are the guards that are in the damn room? Relay what actually happened here!
Give
I just think
me.
that's not good either.
Do you think I would? Why would I send a guard to alert the guards if I was going to break them out? The absurdity of this bureaucracy. No wonder you failed.
Well, Breton and Ruby are kind of yelling in a distraction, I would say. I'm going to say, Darius, now's the time to slip off.
I don't.
know.
I'm reading the
And
room. I don't think
I'm
you're
going
reading
to
the room right.
activate my fly, and I'm going to fly away.
I don't think you're reading the room, James. Oh,
Okay.
I'm going to fly after the dragon. I don't have time to deal with this.
we're just gonna see. Just gonna see James get hit by AA fire going down.
Okay.
And
Okay.
but he escapes the AA fire, finds the dragon, and gets eaten by it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or they're paladins,
So?
so they could have spells. So.
This is an 8. It's not a magical
So
effect, I don't think.
It's an 8. No, you're correct.
Oh, you turn into a bat then.
It doesn't sprout. Well, actually, how does it work with?
More like a
Is it just bat
levitate that I
wings?
can move.
Yeah,
So your cape unfurls and.
it's the little bats carry him up.
Oh my god.
So.
You just hear a little chittering.
The man with the hammer. I know how frustrating this is. And I was in the room with you when it started. However, we don't know what was said. It's kept between two of you and it. So forgive our caution. If you have nothing to hide, then you... Hey! Stop that one! As
Looking
James
good.
begins
Getting
to
worse.
fly away. James, what's your AC?
Can I
17.
if I see them like raising bows and stuff, can I like shoot out a shield of protection on my stupid friend?
Your AC is
17.
17.
Yes.
Okay, you can try to throw out a shield of protection.
Okay, then +2. He's got a 19 AC.
Okay. The
Only the guilty run.
one that was like checking the chains whips round, and you see them with a wand flick it towards James. Sorry, what's the shield of protection do? Sorry.
+2 AC.
Okay. You are hit by... I need...
Mitch needs more dice.
Is it? Are they?
This isn't
I'm
good.
curious.
Are they concentrating on a spell?
No, this is it's a flash of like
Okay.
light streaks out of this wand. Okay. So it's 1d6 for every level higher than first.
Isn't it an attack roll, or is it like
an attack.
auto hit or
No, it's an attack roll.
Can I use my Blood Curse of the Eyeless to give him disadvantage on the attack roll?
That's
Is
not
that
a reaction.
It's not a reaction.
When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an attack, you can use your reaction to roll 1 Hemocraft die.
Within
and
how
subtract the
far?
number. Within
30
30
feet.
feet.
Oh, honey.
Is it any further?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's near the
Yeah.
chains where the dragon was.
We're near the top of the door, and
Okay.
you're flying away due north, so you've given extra distance. So.
Okay. I didn't have my map scrolled down.
My sweet winter child.
You
Let's
take
dice.
15 points of radiant damage and are like covered in like a glowing light.
They've marked you. It's gonna
fine.
be easier to pick you up between the clouds.
Does radiant damage do any more damage to James?
No.
Just out of curiosity.
Just gets queasy, right? That's what.
Ugh. Just gives me the chills.
Yeah.
Uh,
Are you
Just quite
stopping?
No, I'm going after this dragon. I need to know where it's going because this thing is the bigger threat than these people who want to do an investigation. an interrogation. When the two people who talked to the dragon are there in front of them, those are the only people who have information. The rest of this party has no information about what went down.
Okay.
So that's why I'm going after this dragon.
Okay. Right. As James continues even after the warning spell has been fired, the rest of the paladins, etc., start to move forward to... They haven't drawn weapons, but they're moving to grapple you all. Is anyone else resisting?
Breton is going
Put his hand on
to drop the spell that he was holding, the silver fire. He's going to sheath the swords. He's going to walk back into the room and sit on a piece of rubble.
Okay.
I'm making my glaive disappear.
One of them tries to grab you, Breton, and you like throw your arm off and just sit down, and he's like stands next to you. Is anybody resisting? Anyone else resisting?
Did they go after Zep?
Is Zep flying off as well?
No, he was going to the chains to see if they were sabotaged.
The one of the paladins with the person who just cast the spell is moving towards you, and they're like trying to tell you guys to stop, essentially.
I'll stop.
Okay.
Darius just puts his hands behind his head, as far away from his utility belt as possible.
Okay, Batman.
Okay.
There's a lot
Zep
of
will
things
stop,
on
but
it
he's
that
still
just hair trigger.
he's still at a distance, like assessing the chains. He's much more interested in that, but he knows enough not to go further.
Okay.
If anybody tries grabbing things on this, just don't grab the green bag.
What's
It's
your
very
movement speed,
sensitive.
James?
It's 20 flying, so not very fast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
These guys
Yeah,
just
so I'd
start.
probably take another hit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a load of other clerics start running in as well. You count as a person, right?
I'm a humanoid, yes.
Wow. What a good day.
Okay.
Only
Make a
during the
wisdom
day.
saving throw then.
Population.
Okay.
Here come the whole persons.
Yeah.
That's a 9.
Oh, you go and crash into the ground as you are hit by a paralysis, and then you are bundle tackled by paladins who put you in chains.
Do any of these guards see
Oh,
Zedaar?
the guards have long gone. These are not guards. These are paladins
Okay.
and clerics and grandmasters of holy orders. Is Zedaar running?
She's probably still hiding, like just watching.
Okay. Please make a stealth check for Zedaar.
This is gonna go.
Because she
real
was hidden.
well.
She was hidden from the dragon, but these guys have come in from essentially behind, right? They've come
Well,
in
they
from
came
the.
she's in the door. She's in the
She's in the
Alcove.
periph.
Okay.
Yeah, she's in a periphery, but
yeah.
still.
Come on, Zedaar.
Sorry, yeah, the door is not that thing in the center. It's top right of the map.
Oh, you
What?
couldn't have rolled worse.
No,
Didn't
because
matter.
she's not scared of the dragon anymore.
No, she's not.
Okay.
So that was an 8 plus 13, which is 21.
Okay, she's hidden for now.
From the moment I hit the ground, I'm going to play dead because I don't need to breathe.
Sure, you're a person.
Only during the day.
Oh no, I think we've killed him.
Yep, just full limp, no breathing.
Give me a performance check at advantage, because you're not breathing.
He's gonna poke you with a sword just to make sure.
Why didn't that do it at advantage? Oh, it did.
You have disadvantage too because
Oh,
you're
but it doubled.
still afraid of the dragon.
Where's- and
How do you have advantage on performance?
now it's rolling advantage.
I told him to advantage. It's because you've still got
So-
frightened from the dragon stuck on your
Yeah,
character.
there was the 16, and then there was an 11 and an 18 for the next two. So I don't know. 18 would have been the one at advantage.
Oh, okay. Bring a cleric over here!
It's not like you don't need healing, so you're getting a free. a free boost.
Okay.
I've healed him, but he's still dead, and his eyes are open.
We'll put him in the pile. Burn pile.
Not
Now-
dead yet.
I mean, I'm not sure I believe you.
All right. Okay. Just everybody be cool. Everybody be cool.
James, are your eyes open?
No, full play dead. Yeah.
Okay. The cleric pulls up your eyelids, starts examining you. Seems to be doing a medical examination, and they fumble for a diamond in their pocket.
You gonna force him to spend a diamond in this city with their resources? Are you really doing that?
Hold on a second. Am I still under the effects of the paralysis? Because I mean...
Blink. Just.
Do you have a heartbeat?
I
Yeah, but
Don't
it's once
know.
for 3 minutes.
A slow one, I would assume. It's very sludgy blood.
I think you do have a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it'd have to be somewhat there.
Yeah. I think. the cleric fumbling for the diamond, then goes, "No, he's got a faint pulse. He'll be okay."
Dick. That
I mean,
was
how can you go
save somebody?
limp and play dead when you're still paralyzed? You know, I mean, you're.
That's what I
you're
mean. I would have
wooden,
just
you're-
continued to like play paralyzed. That's why I want to know if I actually was still under it or not.
Okay. It takes a full minute, so
Okay.
you can keep making some wisdom saving throws. It's the DC 18.
While that's happening, do I find anything from my distant perusal of the chains?
Yeah, give me a quick perception check.
I just
Perception
made
or
it.
artifice?
From this range, it's perception. Sadly.
Oh, goody. I'm good at that. Is a 9.
Hard to say. You really need to go get a look at it and see if there's been any filing or some sort of, interference with the chains. Obviously, they're broken, and they're now visible on the ground.
I
Whereas
will
they
simply be
weren't
muttering what I have noticed.
Okay. The guy with the hammer is like pinching the top of the bridge of his nose, and is just kind of rubbing his face. Now this is far more fucking difficult. He looks at Valmira and Ruby. What did it say to you? And what did you say to it? What was the last the interaction you had before it started getting all aggro?
Our intent was to goad it into revealing something. The belief was your chains were secure.
Our chains were secure.
Apparently not.
That was
If you
echoed
would-
by Breton, by the way.
If you would permit me to go closer, I would very much like to look at these to see how.
Make a persuasion check, Zep.
There was nothing of malice done towards you or this city.
Natural 20.
I was gonna say,
25.
Zeph should have like an advantage because he's been helping the city the most out of all of us. But it
His
didn't matter.
DC is different. Okay. You may go look, Master Skyspan.
The
When-
green dragon was cunning in his answers and evasive and did not give any real information. The red, however, seems quite easily agitated, and it was believed that if we got it angry enough, it would reveal something out of that anger. A bold strategy, and it would have worked. Had I been aware of your chains being insufficient to the task, I would not have taken that procedure.
Okay.
Neither of us
Noted.
went anywhere close to the dragon. Like, we couldn't have figured... Like, we couldn't have fiddled with the chains. There's no way for us to have... Fucking bastard. No way for us to have... There was a ice mosquito on your face. I'm sorry. No. There was no way for us to get close to the chains. So if the chains failed, that wasn't us.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't going well.
Stay there. He then walks over to where Zep is. Go on then. What's your assessment?
18, but I will have a sudden flash of genius to make that a 23.
Okay. You see one break in the links where its tail was that freed a section of the chains. However, most of the other chains seem to be pretty much intact.
I will relay that word for word.
So, if these chains are mostly intact, where is it?
I would let you know, but you stopped us from going after it.
I'll stand up. In that direction.
Give that cleric a heart attack.
Yeah. You feeling? Would you like a health potion?
No, I'm quite all right. I don't really need to breathe. Gotcha, though.
He's long since past needing a fucking health potion. It's far too late for that.
I would like to start fiddling with my detect magic device to see if I can start ritually casting this.
Sure. Paces back
Tricorder.
to the group, and three of the other groundmasters that you recognize from the previous chamber stood there as well. He goes to confer with them.
That's not good. Is any of them the ones that were predisposed, like, positively towards us?
One is the guy that asked played the devil's advocate at the table. The one in the green armor.
And the other?
One you actually didn't actually get much of a word of. They were studying the documents very hard.
Okay. No. Be good or bad.
Is anyone trying to listen in on what they're saying?
I'll give it a try. See about
I think that Zaraj probably would.
Zaraj probably would, yes. So I would let someone make a Zaraj roll.
I still have frightened applied to me, so that was disadvantaged.
Yeah, could we have that removed so we can roll properly?
Because we can't do that because you applied it.
I have a passive perception of 14. If that catches it, then sure. If not, then nah.
Actually, mine is 14 as well without the dropped dice. So yeah.
But I'm slightly working through the frightened.
That is an 11 for Zaraj. She could not get close enough.
Maybe being the heads of holy orders makes them somewhat secretive.
The one that you haven't spoken to then audibly says, "Then it is as much your fault as theirs, Elric."
Assigning blame without fixing the problem.
You say it has gone north. The individual says, stepping forward to James.
Yes, quite exactly in that direction. As he points and then it like slowly turns a little bit, like a turret.
Good. Then you're going to follow it.
Oh, you'll let me now?
I'm letting all of you. Because
Appreciate it.
I'm not finished. Unless you return with this prisoner, you will not be allowed back into the walls of this city. We cannot verify what you have been saying without it. Besides, whether it's lack of information, looking with a snide remark towards Elric, or if it is indeed sabotage or a misunderstanding. We cannot be certain, as it seems the creature was released from its bonds by other means.
The sooner you let us go, the sooner we'll bring it back, dead or alive.
You will be escorted to the city gate, or escorted by morning tomorrow. In the time that you remain within this city, you will be under heavy guard.
Considering we're about to be doing a hunt, I hope they're fast on their feet.
Only till the end of the city. I'm just giving you, rather nicely, enough time to finish any affairs that you had here.
We're not sure the dragon's out of the city.
You're muted, Reg.
Well, that gives us plenty of time to check, doesn't it? So we can
24
try to
hours
diffuse situation.
before we escalate this. Now, the rest of you, you heard them. There might be a dragon within the city. Inform the others. Get word to the other Grandmasters and start setting out in search patterns. Turns to Elric. I will remain here and make sure the rest of this is dealt with. You, Elric, will now go and inform the Atrians that their prisoner will not be returning with them. You would take a moment to stop laughing, because this is your mess, so clean it the fuck up.
You don't get it.
It's just gonna cover Ruby's mouth.
This is a bad time. Bad time. Read the room.
Afterwards. Time afterwards. Save your
Does the-
victory speeches for when you're done.
When we
Does
actually
it-
win something.
Does the detect magic go off?
Yeah, just say magic goes off.
And?
What are you detecting? There's a
Magic?
there's a lot of
yeah,
magic in the
so-
room, so
Yeah, so primarily on the bonds to see if there was any magical manipulation with the
Nope.
The holdings, and I'd also like to see if I
Nope.
can find any residual dispels or anything like that.
they weren't dispelled. They are still and would still work, except for that little area that was over its tail. The rest of it would still be working right now.
And I will relay that to them.
The link that's broken, Does it look like it was simply just pulled apart through sheer strength, or how does it look like? What does this broken link look like?
Does it look sabotaged?
Make an investigation check.
That is not
That
the
is the question
here.
he opposed to Zep. Does it look sabotaged?
Like,
It is hard to say. The one that is broken could be, but the other links have not been broken at all. Those were released. They are intact.
Make me an Arcana check, Zeb.
At least that is how I have been reading this situation.
Yes.
That is a 15, but I have another sudden flash of genius to make it a 20.
Gotta make up for lost time.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you're right. There's like a little bit of bending to them, but nothing that's actually physically like broken the arcane structure. And you also know that, you know, a magic item tends to be pretty unbreakable without sheer force or massive amounts of like trickery, dispelling, etc., etc.
I will relay this as well to everyone.
When the dragon broke out, it was pulling on the chains, right?
It was, yeah, it was trying. It was trying to push against them.
Methodically? Like it was signaling something?
No.
Okay.
Anger, rage, sort of. You. For those of you that weren't listening to it, for you it was like almost vibrating because of how restricted it was. But you just saw like, because the chains for you were imperceivable until they returned, until it disappeared and they clattered onto the floor. But you just saw like indentation on its like scales and like little bits of blood as it just tried to physically move against. But you did notice that its tail freed up pretty quickly when it happened.
And that's where Zep is saying that there looks like there's some tampering or break.
Right? He said there's a break in the links, yeah. And that's no longer magical there.
Okay.
James, do you have a still have fly that you can do? Can you like take to the skies?
I mean, if they'll allow me, yes.
Well, we've just the easiest way to figure out if it's still in the city is go to the midline of the city and go back and forth once. And if the direction doesn't change, it's too far away to be in the city. Then it's because they would, if you notice a drift, you can kind of work out a triangulation.
Give me 2 landmarks, and I'll go from point to point, and I'll do the scan. Yes.
East gate to west gate.
Yeah.
I mean, if the target is north, if you just head to the northernmost point of the city, if it's still north, it's not in the city.
What I'm saying is if we can kind of work out how far it is, if we can work, because we've got like maybe like a point, like 0.2 degrees or something like that on a map, like of distance between 2 points. If it's within, if there's a little drift, it's a couple hundred miles away. There's absolutely zero drift, it's really far away, and then we can kind of work out kind of from there. So this gives us a basis. So I'd say that would be the best way.
You're doing triangulation.
Yeah, a bit of simple trigonometry.
Yeah,
I used to do this for fun.
We can work out.
Who does that for fun?
Zep.
From over here.
No, gnomes. No.
Okay. They allow you to fly.
We'll release Ruby, but also just say, we can handle this when we come back. You know you're in the right. There's no need to tell them that yet.
Well.
Just gonna wait for James to come back.
Okay.
I would like to accompany James in his scouting, because I can do the calculations as we fly.
Okay. Are you just climbing on James, or are you also
I still
flying?
have my flying boots. I can just fly.
Then you fly.
You'll be flying a little slower, but
Would it be faster? Would it be faster for you to fly, or would it be faster for you to ride Breton's horse?
Can your
The
horse fly?
city is pretty rude.
It can't fly, but I mean, presumably there are some pretty straight thoroughfares in the mid sections of the city.
Well, there were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
it's
there's-
probably
I
easier
mean,
just to be on in the air.
It's east to west. There wasn't the tower didn't collapse to east to west, like not in the middle of the city. It still should be fairly clear.
Oh, Ruby can cast
True.
fly on him.
Yeah, I suppose. Okay. Either way.
We're just trying to expedite this process because they did take 10 minutes from us, at
Yep.
least.
Brand of Conservation doesn't wear off unless it's
It
dispelled.
does not, but
So
if we're chasing this thing, time matters.
if it's got teleport.
Distance, yeah, for
Dis-
distance wise. So, what would be the fastest way to get from Eastgate to Westgate? A fly spell or Breton's horse?
Probably as fly.
Fly spell.
Yeah, you'd still have people on the streets and debris
Okay.
you'd have to weave around.
Zep is
So
able to
if-
cast fly on you as well if it is needed.
If Ruby or Zep wants to do that, then that would make it faster.
Or I could even cast levitate on you and then just pull you along.
Up to you.
The fly spell
Up
will
to
be
you.
fastest.
Finding James.
Either way.
A gnome towing a yeah.
Yeah.
James, you go east to west. It feels north.
No
It's not in the
change.
city.
Made great distance.
That's a lot. If
I
there's-
think it left to a predetermined point.
What's north of us?
Well, let's get to
Everything.
the sky span and go after the
Atria?
Skyfire and get after this thing.
Zeraj
we
is a expert in dragons, right?
She's an expert on portals. She works at
Okay.
Aperture Science. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if favored foe were. Oh no, she didn't take favored enemy.
Oh
did
yeah,
She
no,
took favored
she has
foe.
favorite enemy, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Never
to
mind.
clarify, if we can't bring this thing back alive, will you accept just its head if it's dead?
They look at each other. We should be able to, yes. The Atrians will not be as happy, but we can smooth that over.
And what if we deliver it to the Atrians, presuming that it's super far north?
As long as we are given word, we will lift the ban.
Direct north. It does not intersect with Atria at all. It goes through Principality of Kazakh, the Oligarchy,
Benumdum and-
Benumdum, and then the Zardom.
Principality
A lot of
Korzak.
mountains
That
in
was
Zardom.
that was a theorized enemy
Yeah,
or possible
And there-
source.
and there's
I
lots
will-
of mountains in the Zardom, so there's lots of places to hide.
I
Luckily,
will
we know
also-
where it is.
I will also relay to Marcus while we are flying. Bring on supplies. We'll be leaving soon.
What about Zedaar?
City, I'm not
Ma-
sure we're
Mar-
getting that much
Marcus just
supplies.
goes back to you, is like, there isn't a...
What supplies to bring on?
Bring
I-
back the crew. Bring back the crew. That is.
Yeah, okay, that's doable. I was going to say, I don't know where I'm going to find a general store that will stock what we need here. I'm not even sure where I'll find a general store anymore.
We want to bring the scanner with us as well.
Yes.
Okay.
This is seeming like a fool's errand. It's a caster. It's gonna have dispel magic. It's gonna figure it out.
So, what would you like to do, guys?
To the ship.
To the ship.
What would you like to grab from the city? Is there anything that you want to close off and do? Is there any people you want to talk to before you leave?
Does Breton want to talk to that guy?
He needs to talk to Davros and he needs to talk to the commander, Gwydwyn.
Do any of the
Yeah, Ruby-
stonekeepers come up to us?
Not unless you seek them out.
Okay. I didn't know if they would from.
Wouldn't be a bad
the
idea to
tavern
keep them in the
people.
loop.
Yeah.
Yeah, were we gonna tell not Billy Connolly? Shoot.
Billy Colony's
That is-
already been... He's...
Elric,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, you've
Elric.
now been told his name, Elric.
Yeah.
He's kind of now also arm on the hammer, but also sat down on some of the rubble of the room.
Ruby was gonna go up to him and sit next to him. The dragons are going to go after the seals, the scales.
Yep.
Letting you know that that's what they're here for. And we tried to stop them, and we're going to go after this one. But they may try again while we're gone.
That they might. I'll be here.
Good luck. Sorry about the trouble.
I think you need it more.
You have no idea. She will leave.
Okay. So, Breton.
We'll start with the commander of the watch.
Okay.
I imagine he's the.
She's actually not too far back. She's actually, when the commotion began, she readied herself towards the front of the cathedral to try and start evacuating it if necessary.
Mm-hmm. So, bad news. The situation has become, as we like to say in typical terms, foobar. One dragon's out. They don't know for the blame for it, so now it's we're being forced to evacuate the city. Unfortunately, you're not going to have much in the way of relief efforts from the Skyfire for the time being. We are going to go find it. What happens after that, I can't say, but at the very least, we are going to go find it. So, it's not going to fall on the city's heads that it's gone.
Not
sorry that this all went to shit.
Whatever happens, what you guys have done for the city is, they'll remember you for it. Even if the posh toffs in there don't.
It's what we were here to fix, and unfortunately we got cut short on that. I don't suppose that boy Davros has been around. Have you seen him?
He's actually staying in the workhouse now. They put him to work cleaning it and the workers' clothes when they get in from, cleaning up. But, Breton. I know we try to save everybody, but I've learned a lot in my time here that's not always possible. But even small changes have big impacts. Thank you for having the heart to try and fix everything here, but realistically, you weren't always going to fix everything here. And you've done a lot more so than some people. So, don't all be too distraught.
Stop doing what you can when you can't do anymore. He'll pat her on the shoulder. I'll trust that the city's in good hands while we're gone. At least there's one good head still here.
There's a few. Thanks. Good luck on your journey.
And, yeah. And then he has to go hunt down this workhouse and find Davros.
Okay.
Give this guy the opportunity of a lifetime.
It's across the... It's across the square. Zep built it. It's lovely.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure the fundamental foundation is fantastic. I don't know if is that much for like flair and crenellation? Is it like a fancy place or just a very fundamentally like solidly built place?
Oh no, it's purely functional.
Yeah, this is the most Minecraft dirt house. Like
9 by 9.
No,
sure. Then Breton will just poke his head and say, "Davros, you here?"
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Master Breton, Sir Breton, sir.
Pontillier, but Breton's fine. You enjoying your work here?
Something to do.
You still want more work? might have an opportunity for you. I mean, working for me, not for Darius.
You mean like joining you as adventurers?
That'll be a part of it.
Takes off the apron that he's wearing and throws it. What do I need to do?
Well, it'll mean joining a religious order. And I'll talk about what that actually means in the long time before you join. Don't worry about that.
Do I have to, like, pick a god, or
No, you're
just
not
one
required
specific?
to worship a god.
Oh, yeah,
It's a
no, that'd be
holy order,
fine
but
then.
it's not... Alright. Get your things, meet me on the Skyfire, and, well, by the end of the day at the very least.
I'll get things right away. If you see the short one that built this place, tell him that I've gone, right? Yeah? Is that okay?
He's coming with us.
Oh, awkward. Okay. I suppose I haven't really quit
he's,
then,
he's
have
the
I?
one who built the Skyfire.
Oh.
Yes, he serves on the vessel. It's his vessel. You'll probably be seeing a lot of him.
Oh. Okay. I don't feel as bad about this then.
And then that's Breton. That's all really Breton. He says he'll recover his horse, make their way to Skyfire.
Anybody else would like to do anything before you leave the city?
Yes, there's one thing that Zep would like to do. As you may remember, Zep himself has an apprentice, Pascal. Zep would like to leave Pascal in the city to oversee the construction works in his absence. Having a trained engineer here, I think, would be still of use.
That will take some convincing, as they are affiliated with you, and you are being, and your group is being banished.
Oh,
So-
from the council. Right, I see what you mean. Even though he wasn't in... Yeah, okay.
You are the head representatives of a force that came as part of a relief effort, and now you have released a dragon.
Okay, in that
We
case,
didn't release a
we're
dragon.
not going to bother.
From their
Yes.
perspective, we did. We did.
We're fighting.
I
We'll
respect
basically
anybody who's
say
not
we'll
them.
leave him, and then they'll say no, then I'll say okay, and then just
Okay.
leave.
Okay.
Zedaar, because Zedaar is torn whether or not he wants to go or stay and help the city. He was directly involved as a member of this, so there is questionable nature of Zedaar as well. But he is going to approach the council, the members of the Council of Altria that are still here.
Council of the Grandmasters, or people from Atria, did you say?
The people from Atria.
Oh, okay. Let's say you can find them, yeah.
Greetings, esteemed elders. I come here seeking a request. Obviously, the members of the Skyfire are being temporarily removed from the city due to the incident with the dragon. Are you planning on remaining here, or are you planning on returning post-haste to Atria? We understand it is one of your prisoners that escaped, and it is our goal as part of the Skyfire to help you recover them. I know Master Montelier said dead or alive, but I would like to think we could recover them alive so that they can see the errors of what they have done. Perhaps we can learn more about the circumstances that led to all of this happening.
That is what we were hoping. I am remaining here, but one of my esteemed colleagues is heading back to submit some of our reports and some of our findings, as well as some of our interrogation. Why? What is it you ask of us?
If you would like someone to remain as I do not want to use the term hostage of the situation, I would be happy to volunteer to stay here, continue my aid work in the city, and act as personal correspondent to the Skyfire at your leisure. Assuming the council would give permission for this, of course.
I can negotiate that. Especially if it means that we're more likely to get our prisoner back.
Mm.
Noble of you.
Zedaar will not have said, and Zedaar will be remaining in the city then, assuming that can be negotiated.
They're
It's
pretty
what he
quick
wanted
to.
in the long run.
They're pretty
He can
quick
still
to
he
get.
can still good here.
They're pretty quick to get back to you that he can.
Mm-hmm. My long shot there was to summon just a fucking guest planar ally and try to summon a planetar, because you can't lie to a planetar last time I checked. And just get the truth of the situation right quick. But that would have been a little bit of Zedaar swinging his magic around in a way that he doesn't do. That covers my characters.
Okay. Anybody else?
Zedaar will temporarily exit the campaign once more.
Let's go round again.
I'll be back for him. Don't worry.
Was that
I try to get out, they keep dragging me back in.
was that funeral or not funeral? Was that burning at the stake happening still?
Well, considering one of the people they wanted to burn at the stake just escaped the city.
I mean, the pyres are set up, but nothing's actually happened.
Okay.
Don't volunteer, James. It's the last thing we need.
No. I was thinking of discussing dumping water all over the wood so they couldn't light it on the way out.
Just as a final fuck you to them.
Yeah, just as a little inconveniencing.
Let's make a fight with the Holy Order before we leave. Nothing can go wrong with that.
Yeah, we already haven't.
You already
screwed
picked
with
the
enough
fight,
powerful
bro.
people.
I know, I did. Breton would be on your side with it. Don't you worry.
Okay.
No,
You
was
would approach
thinking,
Breton
you know,
and
sitting
Valmir
on-
first about it. Pitch that idea of dumping some large amounts of water all over their stakes. And then,
Valmir would come back with, what about we set it on fire instead? Because
There's
water will
nothing
dry
in it.
out. You can't unburn wood.
Men may disagree with that, but anyway.
I mean, they can always
Mending
get more,
can't
but it would be.
unburn wood. No way.
They can always get more wood, but it would send a message.
Not there.
Well, which route do we pick? Water or fire?
Well, let's scout it out first.
Mhm.
Because if they're all around it, setting on fire, probably not going to work.
As much as I would like to condone it, I can't personally be involved in it because I am still maintaining a position as the representative of the name that
don't-
escapes me.
You're... It's
So
fine.
and so.
You have no involvement at all. You weren't even part of this conversation. What were we talking
Order
about?
of Scarlet
Valmir,
Light.
we need to go back to my room, please.
Not the Order of Scarlet Light, the martyr who gave us the seal that basically supported Breton in the first place.
The Arch Knight.
The Arch Knight, yes, Arch Knight. Seems like a simple thing to remember, but I was like, that's not the word for it. I represent them, and therefore the actions I take could reflect poorly on them.
Butting in. I would probably avoid doing this. You are all under guard as you walk around the city.
We're not alone.
I would probably avoid doing that.
I would have waited till we were on the Skyfire to talk about that. Like, as a way of going out.
Okay.
Like, hey, we're going out the city.
Okay. Fair.
Can
If you're
we
out of the city.
I did say,
Yeah,
I did say
I-
after I had my talks, Breton did go back to the Skyfire.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have that talk out in the open at all. Absolutely.
Can
worries.
we have walked past that area on the way to the Skyfire?
Yeah. Other side of the city.
Buggery.
Other side of the cathedral. Actually, it's closer to where you took the fight a moment ago than it is the Skyfire.
Does James remember seeing a single like line of smoke like in the middle of the city from the air or something?
I think that. I mean, we could. Can you go invisible?
No.
We're trying to be.
What kind of
trustworthy.
fucking vampire are you?
Okay. As you try to
not
pull a
really
prank
one.
on a city that you've just been kicked out of by sneaking back into the city that you've just been kicked out of, before I let the consequences of your actions get on, we're gonna go take our midpoint break here so you can discuss what you want to do now that you're all back on the Skyfire. So join us in 10 minutes time after these messages from us. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? you look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can beautifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount to possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
If we take this job, someone is going to get hurt. Not me, of course. I'm an effing delight. You do what you do, I'll do what I do. I'll keep the red stuff inside of you.
Buddy, we live in Night City. Just breathing can get you killed.
This sort of job? Bullets flying, people dying, gangers riding, corpos trying to take what they don't already own. Doesn't matter. For us, just another day at the office.
When the world seems bleak, you follow your heart. Take that stage without hesitation and give it everything you've got.
There's a lot more to this city than you'd think. You just gotta dive beneath the surface. People like me, we dive into the depths.
And we are back. So, you are all assembled on the ship. What would you like to do?
James, I don't think your idea is good.
James isn't there right now.
Valmir, I agree with you. Let's drop the entire thing. I agree, James. I'm glad you agree. Let's just drop the entire idea.
Valmir, why are you talking
Valmir,
to yourself in the
you're
corner?
so smart.
So what is happening? We are dropping water.
No, I don't think we're doing anything.
It just seems, I mean, yeah, these people are assholes, but it seems like pretty, firstly, kind of difficult to do.
Right, but I thought we were dropping the idea, and the idea was water.
Right, but from 200 feet up, how many of those drops are even gonna, like, be registered?
Was that a joke?
That was a joke.
Okay, that was a joke. All right.
Usually the jokes fly over my head because I'm so small, but this time it flew over Valmir's head.
I don't expect humor from Lagerungslanders. It's just not.
I do not know what you mean. Those of us from the south, we have a sense of humor. The rest, yes, they have a reputation.
Lagerungderlander humor is no laughing matter.
But your country's only like a couple of miles tall. It's not. How can there be a north and south?
Well, first of all, there is no north and south if you're tall. You said it's not very tall.
Yeah.
Never mind. Let's just go.
What is the end goal we have right now?
To find this dragon.
That's a midpoint. That's a midpoint.
Yeah, let's work this out. Doris is frustrated a little bit. Let's work that out.
Whiteboard.
No, dragon. Okay, we somehow find the dragon. We obtain a head, or we capture it in some fashion. Work that out on the fly. Then what?
We used the information about where they're attacking from, who they're responsible for. They were a means to it in the first place, to be interrogated.
Right. And how do we have a guarantee that will do anything? In terms of getting information. They did not seem very... Are we willing to go to torture?
There are other means of getting information.
Are there?
And if it doesn't work, then fine. At the very least, the Atrians have gotten their prisoners and we can move on to something else.
If we're lucky, this brand that James has on it is going to bring us to the place that we're going to ask it about. Like, where are you congregating and planning from and stationed? Oh,
Darius.
You're here? Great.
Darius does bring up an interesting point, though. If we are going to be bringing it back, how?
Also, I'd point out, not necessarily the place we want to find out about, because it could just have a place that's an emergency go-to. They're dragons that live thousands of years and are insanely magical. There's not a lot of limitations in their resources.
Then, for the lack of a better option, Darius, what should we be doing instead?
I don't know, maybe we could go back to Longreach?
Fight the war that we're not supposed to be fighting?
We don't need to do that, but two, we have information that we've gained here that we have not shared directly with a lot of people. We can go about making an actual functional plan. We can't do that here.
I suggested this before I made our way to the city, and everybody told me, why would we go back to Longreach? There's no point in going back there now.
I wasn't one of them. Everyone.
If I may, part of the reason we came here was to try to find some dragons, to get more information from them about them. They will at the very least lead us back to something. If it is only a safe house, this still tells us something, that they are set up for this kind of struggle. Because at the moment, yeah, we have leads, but we know very little about the actual enemy.
I'm hoping that we can at least get some reconnaissance in. more of see where it is, then call in for allies and the proper resources so that we can recapture it.
Ruby, do you have the ability to scry?
No.
Was that Soul?
That was Zedaar.
That was Zedaar. Oh, and he's not coming with us.
Yep.
And he didn't see the thing that I wanted him to scry on.
And Soul can't do it.
Well, Zedaar was with the dragon.
He wasn't with us when we saw big demon coming out of ripping reality dragon.
True, but I meant if you were thinking about having him scry on the target to maybe get some information.
That could work.
But it's limited. And you'd have to send a runner out that could get him, because we're not allowed out of this ship now.
And we don't want to necessarily let it know that we're looking for it. I mean, it knows something's going to be looking for it, but we don't want to let it know how we're looking for it.
It does have a visible brand on its hide, right?
Where was that brand?
I believe it is visible. Let me see. It doesn't say that it is, but I imagine that a brand is a brand that you could see.
I mean, it's probably going to be aware that something's wrong, considering every time it tries to shapeshift, something is trying to stop it.
Yeah.
Good point.
You're muted, Midge.
Yeah. You sear an arcane brand into the creature. It's
No, Zedaar isn't coming with us.
Yes, I would say that it is a physical brand by the word it says sear.
Me too.
I think then the sooner we take off, the better.
If this comes to nothing, we successfully retrieve the dragon, it has to be killed or the scenario is not optimal, then there are other options. If it's in the Principality of Korzak, there might be other places stuck around there, but if we come to a head and there's nothing, no other leads, then I'm not opposed to returning to Longreach. There are lots of things that we can also do there. But the reason that was spoken against returning to Longreach is, why would we go all the way back there if we just want to come back here to find more information? And it is sound reasoning that we should finish our affairs here before we cross the ocean once more back to Longreach.
We also have people and connections on this side of the world now, so that we can just get in touch with them to maybe do some research for us or get the information for us if we needed it. We don't always have to go directly to the source ourselves.
Let's chase this dragon first. And, you know, if the brand brings us right to it, fantastic. But I feel like that's going to take some time. So...
At the very least, I am uncomfortable with leaving such a beast unaccounted for in this region.
That, Zep, is absolutely correct. The creature's escape was our fault. It is our responsibility to bring it down.
Was it our fault?
I think
I'm not convinced. I think it was released by something. The chains were too intact.
I banished it.
The chains they looked like they were failing, but we don't know if it was just one of the links that had failed and the rest were enough to keep it. Maybe they'd have noticed that the link had broken and reinforced it before it managed to fully escape, and the banishment is what set it free.
To be clear, I don't blame myself entirely in that I accidentally did so. hindsight being 2020, it appeared to me that it was going to break free regardless. My thought was if I could banish it, I can give us some more time to react to it. Which
surely if you've banished something, it returns to where it was, which would be inside the chains.
The chains weren't in the same
gravity.
place.
Yeah, it was like on top of the chains because he disappeared.
Yeah.
The chains went.
So I think I set it free. I didn't want to say anything while I had those morons next to it.
Is that likely, Mitch?
Yeah, it's likely.
Okay.
Because the chains were like rested tight over it. It went.
Yeah.
They just fell to the ground.
I'd assume they were more like bands rather than chains, but okay.
No, it was physical, being like chained.
However, the missing link or the broken link I cannot account for. It was not done by my hand.
It was hard to say whether it was destroyed or just simply damaged in its strength.
Either way, I do not think that binding would have kept it for very long, but I did not help it by cast banishment upon it. But
Well, then that is something that we must make right.
Yes.
Well, I don't know much about magic, but if those chains were keeping it from teleporting away, then they probably should have kept it from being banished. So once that chain was broken, if you managed to banish it, presumably it could have gotten free regardless.
It wasn't able to polymorph, I would assume, because it polymorphed before it cast a spell.
It was not a anti-magic field. The chains, I would imagine, simply stopped it casting spells, but not others casting spells on it.
Probably how they got it in the first place.
Yes.
So, yeah, that would make sense.
But this is an interesting point, because if we are going to bring this creature back alive, we are going to need a way of bringing it back. I will need to make my own set of chains.
I don't think we're going to be able to bring it back alive.
I have a very good memory, and if not, I can make my own version.
Your intelligence is very intimidating.
I need to get a feat that allows me to intimidate with intelligence now.
Play Jeopardy, win every round.
This is a fair point. Are we actually going to try to capture this thing alive? Or not?
I think it may be more trouble than it's worth. Just to get the Vestilian theocracy back on our side when they clearly don't want us there in the first place.
Go a long way with keeping relations with Atria good.
I wonder what they wanted it for.
Same reason we wanted it for, and they may be better at getting information out of it than we were.
We could give the middle finger to the theocracy and give it straight to Big Daddy Silver.
Boreas.
Yes.
By doing that, it would still mend relations with the theocracy, and if we're close to there, then it'd be easier to transport.
I have a hunch that this thing has gone either to Korzak or it's gone to the Zedaar.
That's because those places are north.
Yes. That's not just why, though.
One of them is known to be associated with this, and the other is full of mountains, which is easy to hide in.
Yes.
Well, let's fly north then.
I'm going to be in the kitchen. Angry cooking.
Are you waiting for the rest of your crew?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
They were here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Breton told Davros by the end of the day, so presumably he would say by the end, at least give us to the end of the day for everybody to be on board, please.
Okay.
And Marcus had already been informed to recall them.
Yep. I hadn't been very long though, and people were spread across the city, so.
I was going to set up a soup kitchen after today, too.
If we come back, we'll do it when we come back.
Okay, so.
Breton's gonna help awkwardly in the kitchen, just a note before we move forward.
Okay. After a couple of hours of people finally making it back to the ship, word spreading around the city, people being allowed out from the ship into the city to find other people, etc. You are ready to set off as the sun begins to dip below the eastern sky. Where are you heading?
North, Mr. Smacker. North.
We take James and we stick him on the front of the ship like a compass, and we follow him.
Does anybody get that reference, or am I alone here?
You blow up a paddling pool and sit him in the middle, and which way he points, he turns.
I was gonna say, throw me on like Tensor's floating disc or something.
You could just point, like, just straight. I mean, you have articulated arm, appendages.
He's a Southbird, if anybody who gets the reference.
Yes, but then I have to move it.
Okay. You begin
bloody corpse
flying north.
Quite clean, actually.
Do we want to stop by a nearby city to properly resupply?
We will need to.
Before we go too far north.
We heavily depleted our supplies because we were basically feeding a city.
And we need to go
There's
to
the next one on the path.
Kozak.
We could go to Iku.
Kozak's a country.
No, the capital.
Ikugra or Goranov, then, I guess.
As long as we're heading north, whatever city is nearby will suffice.
We could do a flyover of the other Vistilian Theocracy city, Mithinran. It's on the way. Just, I don't think we need to stop there. Like, if it's also been attacked, we'll be able to see, just to get a bit of a scout over it. Because, I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, James, but you can't tell the distance of this dragon?
No, I just know the direction. There's like a gentle... It's like a tugging of a string. Imagine that.
Is it possible that it just went as far as Mithinran? A few hundred kilometers? Or
it's quite possible.
From your positioning,
The longer
you think it's like... Well, map scale is hard to follow, but James, you are inclined to believe it's more north than that. That would be north east.
It feels more directly north.
Okay.
Like, if I were to turn myself slightly, it sets it off just ever so.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense.
It's the big crazy taxi arrow. It doesn't move with you. It points in its own direction.
So clearly we need to do when I get lost in those games is instead of following the arrow, we put it to like the northwest, and we go northeast until it starts to shift properly. Then we know how far we need to go to get there.
True. Good work.
We go so far north it turns south.
Good luck with that.
Then we know right where it is.
Yeah. Does that's a good point. I guess it's so far north that James doesn't really get a point of direction, but theoretically he would also get an altitude to it. Like if this thing's like 5,000 feet up or 200 feet up, presumably it'd be pointing also in a direction for that.
That assumes that this is a flat plane, because if it's direct north in terms of like a geographic sense, like it
it would pull us into the earth. Yeah,
it would pull us into the earth, like it would be, because there's a curve. Yeah. So you're just pointing at the ground. So I don't think it does.
We must have but comparatively how far we can be, Elendor is not a very big plane. And as far as we know, it more or less, it does have rotations, but...
That you know of.
Yes, that we know of. Like, I guess technically we don't know if it is flat, because no one's ever actually circumnavigated the globe.
Nope.
So that information isn't known, but...
It is widely assumed that it is... There's widely assumed that it isn't flat because of shadows. And how shadows work. Oh.
We lost Shame.
and then, but yeah, no one's ever made it all the way around.
And it's her bigger brains than I like Zep to see if we can't find out more about like how high up potentially is this thing based on how far away it is. Like that sounds like Airship 101 and Navigation 101.
I think your main problem is the fact that you are going off of James's hunch, and to try and mathematically form a hunch into accurate numbers is wonky.
Just start heading north until you don't head north anymore.
I wasn't trying to get accurate numbers. I was just trying to get more feel for like what would the logic state using any math that we had at our disposal. But that's fine. We'll know more when we actually get closer. That'll be a lot easier.
Okay, so where is your first port of call?
Were we not going to go to Mithran something, just fly over it?
Okay.
We should probably stop and actually get supplies.
You charter
if the city's
a course.
still there. I think it was destroyed.
You charter a course north east.
While we are traveling, Zep is going to start working on shackles to hold a dragon.
Okay. No problem. You can start on that. Yeah, so this is going to be some day's journey. You have 3 weeks of supplies. If that. No, it's probably about 2. Marcus would have made sure that you had enough to at least get to another city to take on more. But you couldn't really buy coal here or anything like that, so it will be your range right now is rather limited.
But I understand that Korzak is a good trading area, so if we stop there, then we should be able to bring on the supplies that we need, although it may be a bit more of a premium.
Okay. Okay, so unless there is anything you guys want to do, about 6 days pass.
Can you give us a long rest, please?
Yes. There you are. Before eventually you start seeing a city in the distance with a aurora-like beam of light shooting out of it into the sky.
Is this where we expect Mithran to be?
Yes. You would say so?
Does the cartographer have any records of this city throwing out a large beam of light?
She does, yes. Well, what was her accent? Oh my gosh. It's been so long since you interacted with this wood elf. I don't remember. I'm gonna give her a new one. Wish I could do a Welsh accent. That would be perfect. Anyway, she goes, yes, that's being shined from the Cradle of Birth. It's a temple complex. It says to be on the site where the hero was born.
Well, that's still intact, so we'll see how how the rest of the city is holding up.
The light is. The temple itself may not be until we get closer, we don't know. Are there any records of what causes the light?
It's a magical effect that is evaporating from a pool. There's a pool of water that is said to both rejuvenate, people go there, but also it's like one of those things that gets used as like, areas of it get used quite often as like a fertility pool, and the your navigator goes on to say, because she's quite worldly, so it's a lot of nobility sometimes from various parts of the world would come here to have their heirs born here, if you prescribe to the heroic faiths. But as you approach the city...
Does it look damaged?
No. Very well protected. The walls, whilst not high, are thick.
Do we imagine that this is... I mean, this is the place that is most likely the primary source of supplies for the basically destroyed, ruined, razed city we've just left.
Mm-hmm.
Do we even want to deprive these people of any supplies at all when we can make it to another city?
It was not my intention to buy supplies here. This was simply to see that the city was still here.
Okay, then I would be of the vote that we just fly straight past.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree. Time is not of the essence, but we should keep an eye on it.
Okay, then where is your next heading?
For ease of navigation, probably Ikugru. Just follow the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, no. Again, cartographer. What do they know of Ikugru and Kickgear?
Ikugru is a small trading post. It's along one of the main trade roads. It's mainly a couple of taverns, a couple of houses of, like butchers, general sort of feed stations. It's about 6,000 people. And then Gigir is a castle protecting the trade route. It's about 1,000 people.
Ikugru is probably where we want to go for supplies.
Yeah, the two bigger cities are like on that trade road are Gadog and the capital, Goronov.
Or maybe we should just go straight for Gadog then.
And Uzkura as well is also pretty big.
Yeah, let's go for Gadog then, I would say. If that is the most likely to have decent numbers of supplies, it is also far enough away that aid should not be going to the Vestilian Theocracy from there.
Especially if it's coming from, like, Goronov to go to Ilithilia.
Precisely. I am thinking of people maybe abusing the situation and increasing prices.
Okay.
Yeah. Good dog.
You begin journeying.
Has there been any change in the brand? Is it still just north?
James, give me a perception check.
That won't out the thing. Hold on. Three.
The change is subtle, but there is a little bit of one. It's still very much north.
No, still feels quite like north to me.
Okay. You begin to head towards Godok. Would anyone like to do anything for this period of travel?
More making manacles. Making magical manacles.
Okay.
Breton is refining his writing for the Order. He hasn't brought anything to anybody that has talked about it yet, but he is trying to help get Davris kind of acclimated to the ship.
Okay.
While he's not inducted anything into the Order properly yet, he will basically find a station that Davris seems competent enough to do and give him basically a place and a job to be doing on the ship.
Okay. You find him work.
Whether or not it's just he's a watchman or he's a gopher, something for him.
Velma will be trying to help Zep in any way that he can. Things like, he can cast protection from good and evil on his test manacles to see if that, can help at all, or I don't know. He has different spells that he can test the strength of his creations on.
You could just wear them. See if you can cast spells.
That's another thing that I could do. Yeah.
You just be the guinea pig.
I'm just helping any way I can. Magically.
So Zep, what are you doing to these manacles that you're making? How big are you making them? And what is it that you're trying to infuse?
I don't think that we would realistically be able to get them to polymorph into a human and then wear them willingly. And if they do, there's no guarantee that them shifting into a dragon would not simply break them. So it would need to be dragon-sized, maybe a collar. It would probably have some kind of strength dampening effect and magic dampening.
Okay. Do you have any spells that directly do those things?
Yes, I have Dispel Magic, and I have... Where is it? I have Glyph of Warding, which I think would be of use here. And basically I will use the opposite of Enhance Ability.
Okay. This will certainly take some testing and some refinement.
Maybe a splash of protection from energy so it does not simply burn it.
So to throw this out there, Breton does have a spell that forces a shape changer to return to its true form. Obviously that's not useful for trying to get it to not be a dragon. Could that be used in a way with this theory crafting to force it to assume another form? Because Breton has access to the spell Moonbeam, and Moonbeam forces creatures that are exposed to it to basically resume their true shape.
Also, James may have some insight on this, seeing as he is the one with the brand.
Brand, yeah.
It functions similarly, yes.
And actually, I think in the magics of how to contain this, I would probably bow to James's superior knowledge on this and simply be the one crafting the item as necessary. If James is willing to work with me on this. When you are not acting as a human compass.
More of a dragon compass, but yes.
Okay.
I would be happy to help.
Thank you. So between myself, Valmir, and James, and Breton.
Okay. Give me... Give me 3 Arcana... not Arcana. Artificer checks. At advantage, because you've got so many people helping.
Okay. I will be using guidance upon myself for this as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember how this stuff works. It's been a while. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Wait, those aren't going through. 1, 2, 3.
I take it these have Flash of Geniuses on all of them?
Yep, probably. So that is a 36, a 20, 28, 31.
Okay. Do you have a forge on board?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have an enchanting chamber as well.
You do.
And I have an apprentice.
And you have a lot of people helping. Okay. You begin work on crafting a collar, which you think will weaken and bind on this creature. Whilst the collar that you form will 100% count as a magical item and will be very hard to break and bind, you haven't quite reversed some of the effects of other spells, etc. And dispel magic, making it something that isn't a spell that often sustains, so you're having some problems getting it to be like anything other than firing, and that's taking up a lot of energy. Because dispel magic and an anti-magic field are very different.
Yeah.
But with the help of some of the runic inscriptions of the anti-polymorph, or sorry, the the true form stuff that James and Breton can work together, you do feel like that it will certainly make it a lot harder for this creature to shape change whilst wearing this, and have a real tough time of getting it off.
Okay. This is what we have.
Well, it's better than nothing. We've done what we can.
I will also double check and just do maintenance on our fire systems on board, especially in the hold. As we do have a level 3 fire system. I remember buying this. Thanks to concerns of our sorceress.
Hopefully the paint will also help stop the wood from charring first.
True.
First time I've had to do this, the campaign. So whilst you're in the air, you check your charts and your calendars. Happy New Year, everybody.
A full year.
Well, not a full year since you started, but we're now in 1422.
Heading to take down a dragon. What a way to start the new year.
Has this world got a version of Outlang Sign? And do we have any kind of party or celebration?
There are definitely fireworks.
Not from Ruby.
Also, Zep will make some arrows for Zaraj because she was very nearly out.
Yeah, I need to make some ammunition too. I gotta find that handout though. There it is.
Somebody's just gonna read a book on Bahamut that he probably would have like acquired from either someone in Atria or from Zedaar, maybe.
I'm slightly mistaken. I miscalculated, but you are a few days away from the new year.
Oh.
He's prepared the fireworks.
But it will be soon after you've hit Gedog. Which you see now cresting the horizon. The Targia-like boreal forests have displaced back into the open, windswept plains of Kozak and some of the more lumbering forests. You are closer, though, more so into plains, as the central steppe that builds a lot of this area does start to bleed in over here. It's still patched forest, but it's nowhere near like the thick forests of the coast or the north.
Out of curiosity, Midge, is it kind of like a blend when it's from cold to warmer, or is it like you cross a line and it goes from hot to cold?
Oh, you cross the line and it goes hot to cold. It's a peculiar fear. It's like you go from... I mean, the cold does slowly blend out but there is a definite moment where you cross a line and it's like, oh, that's a 10-degree shift.
So it's like stepping out of air conditioning.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
She will point to Marcus and ask if we can, or Zap, can we get that point of demarcation noted?
Yeah, of course. I will speak to the cartographer.
Thank you. I have an idea about the cold there, but that's long-term, maybe end of the road thing.
But you see the sort of rotunded tops of a temple in the center of this city ahead, and a river rolling through it. There is bridges across the river, and that's, well, it's kind of an unfamiliar housing style of almost like log cabin-like buildings. There's a lot of wood construction here. Less like the hovel or roundhouse of older, say, Rhiannian structure, but this is like full-on, like, the Great Frontier kind of log cabin construction. Where are you? Are you trying to settle down close to the city? Where are you going?
Is Kozak primarily half-orcs?
Orcs?
No, orcs.
There is a lot of half-orc as well, but it's basically population count goes orcs, goblins, half-orcs, humans.
Our trader is a half-orc, right?
Correct, she is.
Is she from here?
She's from Kozak, yes.
I would bow to her recommendations on how to deal with this and basically leave her in charge.
Okay. She says, I would not go into the walls of the city. I would land somewhere out in the steppe or near the shantytown or just next to the river, and we can go through on foot.
Then this is what we will do.
Okay. Well.
And yeah, she'll be given the objective of resupplying as quickly as possible.
I know this river well. These are tight individuals, but we should be able to get what supplies we need. Is there anything particular you would like me to look out for?
Food, water, the usual maintenance type supplies a ship would need, as we used a lot of that in the Theocracy. I'm assuming as well that we left a lot of our tools and that type of thing behind.
River trade is pretty prosperous here, so rope making and such is available in this city.
And are there any trade goods in particular you would recommend? I don't remember what we had already. Did we have anything?
We have lots of trade goods ready to be sold in Lake Longsland, as it was an initial target when we bought the purchases. Not much of this is going to be able to be sold here.
Okay.
I can shift some of it, but it will be for the price I bought it at.
No.
Most likely.
Then just supplies, regular supplies, maintenance, and food.
Yeah. Okay.
And also, if you can find it, depending on how much money we have, because it is a material I did not myself have access to, but I have a feeling it would be of use here. Yeah, I have money. Adamantium, so we can reinforce the manacles with it.
I can certainly try. If not, I can get a better heading of where I might find some.
Then do that.
Okay. Anyone going out into the city, or are you staying pretty close to the ship?
I don't think Breton has much need to move out into the city or do anything at the moment, unfortunately.
Zep would just help with loading and unloading.
Okay. Yep, they get the supplies you need to continue on. They get up to about 5 weeks of coal and food. They inquire about adamantium, but nothing, no sort of metallic shipments tend to go down this part of the trade route through through Korzak. This tends to handle Uzkrur is a heavily defended city that is where a lot of wagon trains down from Atria, if they've taken the Cargnet roads, which not many do these days, or if anyone's done resource gathering in the Cargnet itself, etc. They tend to stop off and then have it sailed down river, and then the roads along here is just normally standard trade sort of thing, or surfacing the river trade, or sending further supplies to Goronov eventually.
Could we have the trader look for any arrows of particularly potent nature towards dragons?
You mean those arrows you have that are of potent nature towards dragons?
Zedaar has 10 of them, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize she had some.
It's you want more? Okay.
Yeah, I thought
purposely
you had a few.
I purposely didn't shoot them because I had disadvantage on shots, but yes, Zedaar does have some.
Okay.
She doesn't find anything of the sort. But you can resupply. And is there any information gathering or anything you guys want to do?
Have you seen a dragon pass by? Not directly asking, just have you seen any unusual sightings?
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to do any asking, we should probably do that. And typically that's been... Breton and Soul have done that quite a bit. There's always the quick to go and ask questions when we get to a new town. I suppose if that's not something anybody else mentions they're going to do, then Breton will, I guess, grab Ruby, because Ruby is the one that's currently active, and say, new city, new people. If there's going to be information about the dragon, I guess we should spend our time asking around. That is assuming that we're in one of the cities of Korzak.
Gardog.
Gardog is the name. Thank you, Zep. As he walks by.
It is Gardog.
Burrito in hand, we're ready to go back to the workshop.
Okay.
I don't think you fucked up.
Hard feeling like I haven't.
You made a call. Even if it doesn't work out, they're gonna fix it.
Okay.
Besides, I'm sure you're curious what kind of cuisine we can find here. At the very least, it'll be something looking for that.
My spice pantry is getting a little low.
And supplies are getting really low as well. So.
Yeah, you notice you've had 3 days of sandwiches.
I am used to it at this point, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, let's go stick around.
At least it's not Darius cooking. I mean, there's only so many rations a person can take.
I wonder if my mother has had her child yet.
Hard to say.
Should write her a letter. She doesn't even know I'm alive. Maybe I shouldn't write her a letter.
That is entirely your choice.
Sorry, my mind's been a lot of places these last few days.
There's a lot to go through.
Focus. Let's find out some news and get supplies.
You step out into the city and you begin to explore it. Like I said, it's a lot of like cabin-like structured buildings. There's a lot of street market. There's a lot of like people outside their house have like a stall and where they're selling odds and ends and stuff. In terms of like foodstuffs that you're coming across a lot of, you see there's a lot of this sort of, for lack better of a shape to describe it, but like it's like a deer or an antelope, but with like a butt face.
They serve a lot of barbecue here, don't they?
And there's like a lot of people that like butchering like outside their houses, etc. and that. And there's also a lot of fish, a lot of river fish, a lot of large pike and salmon, and that kind of thing. Yeah. Furs as well. Big fur trade city, this.
Okay.
Well,
if you're
no need to look into any. Sorry, no need to look at any libraries. I don't think this time. But if we want to ask around, like, how long ago now has it been since the city came under attack, or was under attack?
A few months.
Or was this city ever was under attack? It's nearby regions were at the very least.
Like I think your microphone is brushing up against your beard. It's okay.
All right, give me a second. I'll fix it.
No, you're good. It's good now.
You fixed it now, yeah.
Could I ask? I'm more concerned about the war. If they have heard any news, they are the only neutral state between here and between Longreach and the Eladrin. Brienne and the Eladrin. I'm sure Darius would be interested in knowing something about what's going on back home too. Even if he won't tell anybody.
Yeah. Little reconnaissance for that too.
So we can go find the local news outlet.
Suppose we'll start with that.
Town crier.
Okay. Okay. You do come across a town crier. It's how familiar would you guys be with the etymology of orcs?
Not much.
Probably even less.
Okay.
Do they have any kind of predisposition to being adventurers? Because quite a lot of adventurers came through Kensek to go to the Underdark.
Korzak is the biggest mercenary state in the plane. But the reason I ask is that you see this large, very very pale, almost white-skinned orc.
An albino orc.
Yeah, it's towering about like 6'7". But also the musculature is like lean. He's very lean. Like the muscle and skin is tight to the bone, but still got that air of strength about them. And it has piercing, like, bright blue eyes.
With what I said then about them passing through Kensek, would I know what makes this orc special?
Are you here?
Excuse me for a second. Oh. Yeah, this is Breton and Lake, or Breton and Lake. Breton and Ruby.
I'm here with myself, as is tradition.
Yeah, it's how we need to know. Yeah, so then no.
Probably not, I would say.
If you stayed on the ship, then no.
He looks like he lifts.
He looks like he spent some years on the rack, and yet he's still in fine shape.
Oh, so this is the town crier, or is this an orc we happen to pass by?
No, this seems to be the town crier. Is that you see them like they've got like a fur cap, but they seem to be like hanging up notices on the central notice board, and you see at their hip that they have a bell, like on it.
Oh. It's a local newspaper.
Here's hoping that they speak common here frequently. Hello?
Hello. We do speak common.
Sorry, we traveled around a bit, and it was a bit of a pain in Benumdum, as the vast majority of people only spoke Gnomish.
No, if you went further into the Cognate, you'd be having trouble. But what can I do for you? You turn around and he's also as you turn around as well, it's like it's weird. He's got a little bit of a slight pot belly on this really skinny skinny muscular frame. It's very weird proportion. It's not like
Really called out, Midge. I'm also I'm skinny with a pot belly, so I feel called out, but it's fine.
No, same. Don't worry. I'll just keep it below the camera line. Physicality wise, I have the shape of the alien from American Dad. So,
that's a reference. That is a fucking reference. Anyways.
God damn. Any chance we can get a newspaper or something?
No paper come through this week. We only get shipments once a month. It will be next week we get a paper. But I have a lot of the local hearsay and knowledge to be shared that we have heard from reputable sources. How can I help you?
Anything weird going on other than a dragon attack recently?
Yes, dragons, war news. Honestly, pretty much any information you could give us, we'd appreciate.
Well, if it is news you want, it is Petro's job to prescribe it. We have not seen any dragons around here since the attack on Goronov last year at this point. Hey, Happy New Year. The war, not much gets this far out, but we've heard that a lot of the main mercenary companies are making big bank, and there's actually one came through the other week looking for recruits.
Was it the Renard Company?
Yes, the Renard Company.
I don't suppose you happen to hear where they were going next.
Well, it is, whilst the Kozak does a lot of trade and recruitment for the mercenary companies, they're actually not allowed to reside in a city without a charter, and this city does not have a charter, so they had to send representatives in and go out. I think they're moving towards the theocracy.
And Breton will just give a look to Ruby. Huh, wow.
I wonder if you flew over them. Did they see us and go, hey!
Ah, shit!
But I hear it's going pretty badly for the for you human types.
Yeah. It's not going well for anyone if the Eladrin Empire does well in the long run.
I feel like I've got pretty good odds.
On the Eladrin or on us? Us, I should say. On the humans.
No, they're not gonna cross over here. Why would they? Not like we did anything.
I just hope you don't have anything they want.
Yeah. We're fierce negotiators, us Kozak people. Is there anything else? That's all
Anybody talking about looking for a skyship?
Anybody talk, now that you mention it, the same mercenaries said they were looking for a skyship.
Well, checks out.
Just do me a favor.
Did you happen to land here in a skyship?
She'll actually hand him about 10 gold and say, no, and you never saw one.
Fair enough. Pockets the gold. You hear him put it into the pocket next to the bell, and the bell kind of jingles a little bit. If there is... are you staying long? I can recommend certain taverns. I have good deals with some of them, get you good discount. Anything you'd like to know about the city, the area? I don't know what use I'm going to be to you. You seem very out of sorts compared to my normal.
It's been a rough few weeks. We are stopping in for supplying of a pretty substantial size group. Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to go get a good deal for a discount for bulk supplying, where would I go?
Bulk supply somewhere along the riverbank in the shanty, not in the central city. It's where a lot of the onloading, offloading goes. Rope industry is done. There's a lot of food suppliers and warehouse. You can normally pay the warehouse staff a little bit on the cheap, and they'll, get you in to look at the stuff before it is loaded onto the ships. If it's loaded onto the ships, it's gone. You won't get a single cent of it. So.
Okay, thank you. I tell Zep that one. And if I were going to go to a restaurant and find some good food,
I would head to the fire pit.
Fire pit.
Yes, it is. Used to be one of the local markets. It was bought up by a company. The whole marketplace is like an open-air fire pit, hearty meal place. A lot of the local cuisine. Have you had steppe gazelle?
Oh.
Then I highly recommend it. It's gamey, but yes, gamey.
It'd be nice to actually have a meal with the group and one that I don't have to cook. Excuse me. I just want to get the group gets it down for dinner.
I don't know how long the trade is going to need in the city, but at the very least, you can make the effort.
Just picking up supplies, probably a day or two. Enough time for us to have dinner, anyway. Thank you, Mr.
Petro. P-E-T-R-O. Simple enough. Take these coupons if you're going to the fire pit. It will get you 10% off. And you see it's just like it's like these like wooden tokens with the name Petro like carved into them, and like a little stamp.
See, this is bureaucracy I can get behind. It feeds me.
Anything else I can help you with?
I'm good. No, thank you, sir.
Okay, have a lovely day.
Let's go back to the ship and tell Zep. Who can tell Marcus? Who could tell the trader? Who could,
You can disseminate the information.
Chain of command.
Yes. Let's also see if we can get the group for dinner tonight at this fire pit. We haven't had an us time for a while, especially not where I've not had to cook. Also,
does it sound like Ruby's getting tired of cooking?
Even the cook likes to eat something they didn't prepare once in a while, especially when it's exotic.
Typically, Ruby sounds like if Ruby gets. I get offended. Ruby sounds if it seems like somebody else suggests they want to cook.
She's tired, if you can't tell.
I would happily have dinner. Not that I'm tired of your cooking, of course, but trying some other things is always... Oh, this is the spice of life.
I could always expand my rum menu. I feel like if I make any more chili for you all, you're going to throw things at me.
Zep kind of hides the burrito he's still eating.
Nani?
Okay.
Yeah, she'll try to get the group together for dinner that evening, but if anybody else is doing something. Zep, you will have to stop working for a minute.
I have done all I can on the manacles for now. An evening off would be pleasant.
Okay. I'm assuming that James would like his meat a little rare.
With a name like the Fire Pit, we'll see what we get there.
I actually had this idea for a new way to start cooking meals on the ship. It's racks of coals over a spit. It's staying up straight, and I could carve off pieces of meat.
Kebab.
Kebab. Just assuming that is a thing that exists already somewhere, Breton is just going to look at her and like...
We don't need to assume that was Valmyr's meal when Aureus gave us all our home meals.
Was it kebab?
Yep. Yeah.
But it was not, spider kebab.
That was meat's meat, you know? Did you know that there's no spiders in the kebab you have at the kebab shop? I sure shit don't.
I don't even want to think about that. Thank you.
Food's food.
Bit of beef, bit of lamb, bit of squirrel.
That made me a little uncomfortable.
In Italy, the animals that they used to serve in the street vendors had to have one of their feet remain of what it originally was, because some people would say, "Oh no, this is rabbit, my friend, rabbit." It's actually cat.
Anyway,
and the uncomfortable comes full circle.
Okay. So
street Pete.
Gets worse, but anyway.
If you're all heading to the fire pit, you may do so. You eventually find the fire pit as like you said, it's been fenced in, but it was clearly like this is now what used to be the front of houses are now the back of people's houses, as this market area has become this large eatery venue with multiple entrances as well. But in the center of it, there is a large fire pit with multiple chefs seeming to cook around. You are greeted by like a greeter at the doors, like who does see you, but this is what you can see from like the outside in. There's like this sort of 3/4 high wood fence around it with a lot of like canopy and like almost tent-like seated areas, like with cushions around and a very like small table. Like you sit at these cushions and eat off of the central tables, and the center of the tables, they're all round, and the center of the tables have no center. Like it's not a table that you put things on. It seems like things are placed in the center of it. And yeah, there's this large fire pit in the center which has multiple. It's got like loads of like layers of racks and spits on it, and you can see these various creatures cooking on spits, like on things. And then there's a layer that seems to be like sausages and steak cuts and all sorts of things, and then another layer where it's more spits, all in this central structure with about 3 or 4 orcish individuals cooking over it. And one guy is very clearly butchering me. And then, yes, there's this server that's like a very, very dark greenish brown skinned orc as the server, with piercing red eyes that greets you with a smile, tied back hair, like a large, strong jawed face, but this kind of open shirt, and is just rubbing his large hands together as like, welcome to the fire pit. How many am I sitting for today?
Is everybody here?
I believe so. Aside from those
Is
that
Darius and Claudia also?
Yeah, sure.
8, I believe. Braun, does Braun here? Braun eat? No?
Braun is here. He likes to try things.
9.
Okay, well, we'll get you. We'll not sit you with other guests. Come on in. Do you have any referrals here, or did you find this by happenstance?
She'll hand him Ruby will hand him the tokens from Petro.
Oh, Petro sent you. He just snaps the wood, and puts them in his pocket. Come on in.
In fact, make it 2 more. Marcus and the trader as well.
Okay.
11. Party of 11.
Oh, we will have to possibly. We can work
move some tables around.
The tables are circles, so it might be 2 booths.
Okay.
We'll try to find the area to go. He like whistles, so it's just like drag those
you
off
were
at
about
that.
to whistle right in that microphone.
Yeah, I was. I was like, nope. But yeah, so drag those two those 2 tent socials together as they like start speaking. Does anyone speak Orcish?
No.
Yep.
Okay, Darius, you definitely hear. Jorgok, get the other end. We're going to drag this one over here. They're going to need What sort of dining experience are you looking for? Are you looking for just a singular meal or a full course? Full set
meal.
of course.
Enjoy.
Full meal. Okay. Yes, they're going to need multiple which is back to Orcish, but you hear this there. They're going to have multiple spits arriving. It's going to be bigger. Just drag it over. We'll try and put some stuff between. They're gonna work it out. There's 11 of them. So, yes. Welcome on in. Can I get anybody some drinks to start with? We do, obviously, you will be provided a 1 glass of the traditional local drink. But I was wondering if anyone would like anything else. A water, beer, if anything of the sort.
Beer.
I think pitchers of water and pitchers of beer would be great to start, plus the normal drinks.
How is everybody with spice? What, like, varying of heat? Are you good with heat? Are you bad with heat?
Breton takes one look at Ruby and says, I'll be all right.
Look,
We have been well trained.
It's hot, but it's not overwhelming. So she trains everybody.
Oh, I don't think Breton meant your food.
I know he didn't.
That's what we call a double entendre.
Yes.
No, Ruby's flavor palette is very much. It can be hot, but it still has to be flavorful. It can't just be heat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anyways.
She makes a good curry. She makes a very good curry. In fact, I make a really good curry.
It's been a long time since I've had a good curry. Fuck.
Curry with rice? Oh, man.
Anyway, so as you're all seated on these, like, lovely silken cushions with the really abstract patterns under, like, these purple, green, and orange sort of dappling, overshading tents and this thing. You've got circles in the tables. You're all brought round. Your server returns with, like, trays of these really small, like, bigger than a shot, smaller than, like, a whiskey decanter of what seems to be this sort of light brown but cloudy alcohol. And you can tell it's alcohol from the smell. Like you get to about here and you're already like, I've lost my nostril hair. It is strong. And yeah, he starts to pass it around. Puts it down on the tables, is like, and then he grabs a bottle of the stuff. And then he like clearly he's got something, and those of the more perceptive you see that he's got like a little flint and tinder or something, like a to make a spark on his fingers, and he kind of clicks his finger, and the end of the bottle catches fire, and he pours like a topper that takes it like to the brim on all of your drinks. Blows out the drink. Busy, please. We will start bringing the courses out. Do start to enjoy, and we'll have the other drinks brought round in a moment. He moves away.
Sep.
Okay, yeah. It is.
Brayden's gonna take it and he's gonna give it the sniff test first. Since Raj isn't here, so somebody has to go to the sniff test.
Okay, so you're gonna sniff test it. You need to blow out the fire first, but yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it's strong. There's a slight plum or some sort of fruitiness to it, but it is.
That's going back then. Yep.
Yeah, it's imagine like a plum vodka.
Oh. Ooh.
Especially if it's a rich plum. Yeah, that could do good. Yeah.
That and it's like one of those things that's like it hits. It's just pure alcohol and then resides into that sort of plums. It's like once the sinuses recover, the sinuses get hit with the fruit, and you're like, whoa, okay. And it's warm going down as well, like both from it being on fire and because I'm not. But then water is also passed around.
Oh, yeah.
Those of you who neck it absolutely do.
If they had a little bit of mint on that'd be the perfect chaser for the spiciness.
She'll take it. May I? Doesn't blink.
You said it was pure alcohol, so I hear pure alcohol. I think like this is close to ethanol levels.
You think numbers game wise that if you had more than one of these, you'll be hitting those Constitution saving throws pretty hard.
I mean, we can have a drinking contest for the night's over. Like,
I think the paladins with their immunity to poison will win.
Immunity to disease, not immune to poison.
It's monks. Okay, it's monks.
Be able to drink.
I'll just cast purify food and drink.
Hacks. I call hacks.
None of us are dwarves.
Yeah, but that's cheating anyway.
I have immune to poison and poison.
Which means you never get drunk, which means I feel sorry for you.
That's why you see James sitting there and just sipping on it after you go out the fire.
Yeah.
So he doesn't lose, but he can't win either.
We've had our fill of hardships, haven't we? Ruby will say out loud to the group. Feels like we've been running on. Feels like we've been running on this treadmill for a while.
That is why it is good to have these moments of relief.
I agree, Zep. Let's cast aside our worries tonight. This is not a night of somber reflection, it's a celebration. For us, for life. That dragon might think we're down. But we're not out, not by a long shot. We're still here, we're still standing, and while we still breathe, we are fighting.
For now, and Zep will kind of examine the shot glass.
I don't think the dragon is thinking of us at all. It thinks it's escaped. It's gone back to its mission. We're not really... They don't give a shit about us.
Then let's change its mind, Valmir. Let's change everyone's mind.
All depends on whether that brand is still there when we catch up to it.
Even if it isn't, I think we could still catch it.
And that fuels the thought. What if we added some more... I know it's a lot to add into these manacles, but what if we also added spells of compulsion and truth-telling? Where if the person was wearing them, they were, say, compelled to answer any questions, and they had to do so truthfully.
Maybe it'd be good to have a secondary implementation. After we get the manacles on, we could use that secondary item.
I do not have the means to make this type of thing.
I've got Zone of Truth. I can compel truthfulness if we can find a way to get that kind of magic into the manacles. That that work.
I'm no expert in enchantment, but I do believe adamantine is quite receptive to exceptional spell work.
But we were not able to get any adamantium. The city doesn't have any.
And you can't have my chest plate.
However, if we are going as far north as I somewhat suspect, the Zardom almost certainly does. It is the Dwarven realm, after all.
Indeed.
Whoop, coming through, sorry, excuse me. It's just like any lip puts down. In between the table on the left, there is like a full spit of this, what seems to be like roast deer, gazelle kind of thing. This kind of, you saw it before, the sort of large jowls. Those kind of like butt-faced. It's the easiest way to explain.
It's like a pug-faced deer.
So these things exist in the world, in real life. By the way, they're literally put in steppe gazelle. You'll find one, but they're called like Softka.
I'm gonna look this up now.
Yes, I am too.
Mongolian gazelles.
Not the Mongolian gazelle. There's another one. It's like.
No, I see it.
The snouty bastard.
Yeah, the snouty, the sagia. Sagia. It's an antelope. Sorry, not a gazelle. It's imagine like it's a deer with the face of an anteater kind of thing, or a hippo kind of thing.
Okay. Yep. Thanks. I hate it.
Okay. Yeah.
And
I
then
now understand why they killed it.
wow. Okay. And then the other thing looks to be like a. There's another spit put down. It looks to be this sort of like bearish tiger panther kind of creature.
Man bear pick.
On another spit, and then they like put down like loads of like stacked high soft breads. And then there's like on these things, and like you slowly see these tables, like it becomes like a bit of a Scooby-Doo buffet where you get plate of stacked breads, one sort of like curry looking thing, one sort of like salad, like mixed salad with a lot of dark vegetables in, then like a smaller tray with multiple sauces or like chutneys and dips kind of thing, and then it repeats all the way around each of these things, and then in these carcasses there are just stabbed massive knives for you to like kind of start helping yourself. This is the first course, please enjoy. Let me know if I need to bring any more bottles around, and or any waters or any soft drinks if anyone is indisposed to not being into the alcohol. We do have a variety of fruit juices available, and if this is a little too for you, we also have recently been delivered some recipes for food trays, as they've been called, which we adapt our soft breads here, and we put this paste on them. They're starting to pop up all over Longreach, but they're making its way up the trade route.
So I think Darius would love some fruit juice.
Okay.
Darius.
I'm good with water.
Okay. Well, enjoy, everybody. And he runs off. And remember, if you need me, just call.
Ruby's gonna start eating Monster Hunter style.
Yeah, Zap's gonna dig in with relish.
But the relish is the one on the left.
Breton's a little more paced. Breton eats a very particular style of eating when it's eating spicy food. He will eat the spicy food, and then he will palate cleanse with the salad.
And in fact, as you go, like one of the the tray that has like 5 dipping sauces on, one of them you smell, and it's kind of like a minty yogurt.
Ah, there it is. There's your. Lassi, I think is the milk and yogurt combination. Yep. You get let's look about this. There's a good. That's a go-to for the palate. Yeah.
Cheers to us. Cheers to the Skyfire.
Oh.
I know things have been tough for us for a while, but we are still doing good. We are still making progress.
I apologize for not preparing ourselves for a New Year celebration. It's been a little busy, and Soul's Kitchen is far too organized for me. But I thought this might be a good number, best, second best, and turns out this food is actually quite tasty, so it might even be better than mine. We'll find out. Those were words.
We should definitely take some notes.
Oh, I am. I don't know if I can get any more of the steppe gazelle. This might be native to this region, perhaps into the Cognate.
Whatever the marinade and spices they're using are probably something we could take with us.
This would go wonderful over some steak.
Breton's probably also going to drink kind of heavily. Just steering into it, as it were.
Your 9'7" self needs to drink heavily to feel it.
7'7", 7'7". That's it.
He doesn't get heights. He gets quartz.
Every time I reference your height, it's gonna be different. Don't
Is
worry
this
about
the opposite of being called short when you're short? Like being called too tall when you're tall? Like
just keeps getting taller. By the end of this campaign, Valmir's like 20-foot motherfucker.
Can we just cast reduce on him now, just to save us the tassel?
Zeppo
it's how the bards spread the tales. Sorry.
Yeah, going shot for shot with Breton is a cool way to kill your liver. He was also raised by. He was also born in a city raised by dwarves and giants. So this guy's been drinking from a very young age.
Zep's still gonna try to match you.
Oh boy. So
he doesn't really drink beer, but if there's like cider, he'd drink that.
Is there any? Would you like the? There isn't a cider here. But there is various wines, or like it's basically the option are spirits, strong ale, water, fruit juices, wines. It's kind of what it goes.
Can I mix the spirit with the fruit juice?
Yes.
Then yes.
Okay. Sure. Basically got a vodka cranberry going on.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, awesome. As you guys are heavily invested in this first course, you see them. You start to they then like sort of pull the spits up and like they tripod leg out and get put at a higher height, and then in the gap of the circle of the table they then slot in like a load of bars and then put down some sizzling hot grills. And then on these sizzling grills there is sausages, whole salmon. There's also like bowls that are being kept warm as well, like big like crock pot kind of bowls. One seeming to have like a soup in, and the other one seeming to be boiling or low boil. There's like they've been taken right off the sort of the main fire pit, and this is like it will eventually get cold, but it's like there also seems to be being kept warm on it. What seems to be like a tray, and you open it's like a crock pot, and you open it up, and it's full of like dumpling parcels.
You know, this is fair. We kept on mentioning who was coming. I should have mentioned. Breton also would have brought Davros.
Okay.
As a prospective member of his order,
Up
he would
to
have brought
12.
Davros too.
Cool.
Yeah, like up to 12. If they got square tables, like that's just an even number. It's just good.
Pascal. Okay.
Yeah,
How
sure.
many people from the ship? Do you want all of like the main crew of the ship? Because we can up this to a 20, and then you'll have 3.
Moses and Faston.
Yeah, Moses and Faston and.
Let's just reserve 20 seats, and if we keep going up, people say they came
Every
along
named
too.
character is just in here. Patrick, you got Marjorie.
Minotaur. They're gonna eat so much.
You got Faston, Marjorie. You got the other one of Darius's crew. What kind of Patrick, Marjorie? Who was the third one?
Drake.
Yeah, but
Drake.
But they're not here anymore.
Oh yeah, they're not, are they? They're. It's okay. I was just gonna go through. Okay, so it's just like named crew, Marjorie, like anyone that's come like named characters. It's a big party. The fire pit. Okay, cool. Yeah,
Make sure
and
Moses doesn't throw anything into the flames, please.
and yeah, the dumplings very much look like pierogi.
Nice.
And then the soup is kind of like a like a borscht.
Oh, I'm starving.
I'm starting to get an idea of where this cuisine was based out of.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, it's a mix of like Turkish, Iranian, Persian, and then Eastern European foods.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the easiest way. So it's steppe. It's the foods of the steppe, and the foods of Korzak as well. And yeah, you see various servers coming around. Most of them actually seem to be full-blooded orcs here.
Kapla.
But yeah, that's the next course that comes out. Is just like enough for each one of these is like a full meal that's coming out. Each course is essentially like you could eat just this course and be done, but you know, it's good stuff. It's like each one feels like 3/4 of a full meal, and you're like, oh yeah, and then they bring out more food, and you're like, oh yeah, but oh no, I ate way too much.
We're here all night.
Yeah, you're here all night.
Pacing yourself.
It's like I ate most of that first course. Oh no, it's that thing. It's like when you go to a buffet and then they bring you the first course, and you've eaten, or you go to a meal and they've brought you one thing, and you're like, oh yeah, I just eating it really like fully, and then you also look around the table and other people have kind of eaten most of it and not all of it, because then you realize another course is coming. You know, I personally haven't been in that situation, but my family definitely have been. I think a lot of people might like jive with that. Oh yeah, and then realizing, oh, there's more. Oh, this is a lot of food.
Definitely the pierogi for Breton. Like once it's like the first meal, it's like, yeah, no, it's fine. You sample what you can. But once the pierogi came out, it's like, oh, these are fucking good. And the dipping sauces, there's too many different ways to eat this to not just try all of it.
Yeah. Once you said pierogi, I was sold. Like I was sold entirely. Like the meats were in my mouth watering.
And you saw like there was a plate with like 7 or 8 dipping sauces. I'm like, you gotta try every one. And that's every one is its own pierogi. So
okay, I think that's where James and Breton connect. They're just sitting over the pierogi bowl, just trying all the different sauces tonight.
Sure.
Putting back different drinks.
That's the next course.
Ruby is all over that step gazelle.
Yeah. There's time between the next course, unless you want me to roll straight into the next one. And
we're good.
There is a moment where Breton realizes that what he's eating, he's like, he realizes he has to save room, not just for like the next meals, but there's got to be a dessert too. He has to assume.
That you would.
We apologize for those of you at home who were hungry before and now are hating yourself because there's nothing in the fridge. We feel that on a personal level here at the Component Cast.
Yeah. The next course is like they start to take away like the remnants of the first course and whatever's been finished with the second.
Leave that one.
And they put down.
Little man puts away a lot of food.
Yeah.
He has a really good com, so yes.
Yes. They put in a new little table that stands above a lot of the sticky things, and they roll out like what looks to be melon-like things cut into wedges, and like these thinly cut sort of they look to be like sugar biscuit kind of things, and also these bottles of like a juice. And your server turns around and says, okay, this is a palate cleanser course because the next one is pretty hot. So we give you, the best thing to do is grab a piece of the melon, put it on the sugar loaf, and then you take a swig of the plum juice. This is alcohol free, and then you eat the melon, it clears everything up. You're going to need to soften the mouth for what's coming next. But yes.
Ruby dares to be brave and does not do this. She just drinks water.
Okay.
Breton takes the advice from the locals and does the said thing.
So does Zep.
Ruby likes heat.
It's not just about the spice thing. The palate cleanser can also set you up for the next meal and changes the way the food tastes.
If it's too much, she will go back. But no, this is coming from the person who deliberately takes hot wing challenges.
Fair enough. And it's you are all individually now given a little like terracotta plate with what looks like a kind of like a chicken Kiev. It's like a breaded chicken breast or poultry breast, but the like breadcrumb on it is like black.
For the audience, I'm growing ghost peppers in my backyard. That's how much I love spice.
Nice. And it is alone, and it has its own knife and fork that come with it. And then also in the center of the table, there is like bread and things that you can eat it with. And then also like this, like looks to be like it's like a sauce that is optional. The server goes, this is like I liken it to, for you Eastern folk, to be a like a peppercorn sauce, but it cools down the breast there if too hot. It disseminates some of the heat. But hoorah, continue.
I will continue.
Okay. Yeah, Constitution save throw on this one. It's hot. It's when you cut into it, it's clearly like a chicken breast, but like the meat is red, not with blood or rawness, but like it seems to have been soaked for a long time in some sort of.
What's Breton's positive save?
I mean,
we're next to him.
Oh, +3, right?
I don't think you're getting your aura protection against this one.
I rolled a 3.
This shit
does
is
not give a shit. He's got a 28. Don't care.
Well, with this is like spiced scorpion.
That's cool. I've got a resistance to fire damage and the con save of 28. I'm good.
Yeah, this is somebody who says that it's kind of the conversation that you guys are having now as this heat starts to make you sweat. It is. It's lovely. It's a rich flavor, and once you get past the absolute sharpness of the first taste, it's really lovely. Perfectly cooked chicken, with like this soft sort of sauce that's been baked into it, and it's like carefully been marinated, and almost like the chicken kind of has this almost like, like it just goes. It's like almost pulled porky kind of, or in that kind of sense. But it's hot, but it's so flavorful.
And this, Ruby, is why you should really listen to the locals.
Yeah, Ruby is sweating.
Yeah.
Breton will just push a melon ball into her mouth.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good. Okay.
Okay, you have had your trial by fire at the fire pit. Now for the best part and my favorite personal part, the desserts. And they start to bring over the lots of really sugary looking sweet cakes. A lot of things like absolutely like it's like these like sort of ringed cakes that are just covered in this sort of icing and what looks to be like a treacly kind of golden syrupy vibe. Very heavy, very sweet. There's what seem to be like a various like berry compotes as well with a lot of these things, and like a lot of sticky bun kind of ideas, this thing. And then the big thing is like they bring out this sort of in like a tray that is like made from carved ice. They bring out this sort of whipped cream like sugary ice cream. They bring out ice cream as well. Yeah.
You need to roll me out of here in a wheelbarrow.
Yeah. It is a long night of food and drink and merriment. I forgot to mention as well at the same time, there is like a, not a bard, but like there are musicians playing traditional instruments, and there are certain people like dancing around the tables in terms of like in traditional wear and dancing like just, it feels like a localish taverna. It kind of feels a bit more like commercialized a little bit, but at the same time like there are also definitely some locals here that are just enjoying a sort of more pricier night out.
Is there a dance floor?
Not a dance floor. It seems to be just the space between the tables.
Okay. Ruby's gonna grab Breton and make him dance, but never mind.
Oh, there's definitely like you could probably find space. Like the tables are very spread. Like I said, this whole restaurant used to be a marketplace. Like it is a big open air sort of thing. Like there is like and very much enough room if you wanted to actually just join in with the dancing.
Then a slightly inebriated Ruby is going to grab Breton by the hand and tug.
Considering the fact that you could not move Breton if he did not want to be moved.
She's tugging. She's not
like a child pulling at a parent. Considering all, Breton will just kind of look down at the food that he's kind of waiting to finish, like, and will sigh and unfortunately acquiesces to this endeavor.
Don't
as I need one more roll before the end of the session because I didn't use my inspiration this session, Midge. So what am I rolling to dance?
Performance check.
Performance. All right, we'll roll performance. I'm going to use my inspiration to give myself advantage on this.
Zep takes Breton's food.
Ruby cannot dance.
No.
Apparently, Breton can. As he drops the 2, thinking it's for advantage.
I think
Inspiration I didn't use. I'm gonna use it. Fuck it. Why not?
Ruby's eyesight is like clouded by the sweat that's stinging her eyes as it rolls into her as she like excretes the heat. Excretes the heat from the food that she's been eating and of the heavy drinking. But once she wipes her brow, it's better.
A few minutes in, and Breton is just carrying her through the dance.
She can dance. No, she woke up a little bit.
Yeah, after the first one maybe, and then the second one kind of gets.
She got the concrete out of her shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but your whole crew is like very much enjoying themselves. It's a vibrant night.
It's as much a reward for them. Like they worked hard in the city.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We didn't treat the entire ship, but like that would have been an ordeal trying to treat the entire ship. We got like what? 300
I have money. I don't have that much money. This might have to come out of the bank account from the ship.
After dessert, and when the festivities really start to kick off and people start to disperse and kind of enjoy some of the, more jovial means.
Sure.
James is kind of just gonna sit down and kind of keep an eye out on the horizon towards where that dragon is. Just keeping a weather eye towards it.
As you watch the sun go down, you still feel that tugging sensation to the north. Until suddenly you don't. And it pulls like you like everything goes hazy for a moment. And you're like, oh, have I lost it? And then 10 minutes or so later, you feel it return. But it's now pulling northwest. Sorry, northeast.
Northeast.
Is the calligrapher there? Or the cartographer?
The cartographer is, yes, she's definitely there. She's trying to avoid a lot of the meat foods, but there are vegetarian options here. There's a lot of onion-based things.
So
And
either it's in the
potato
Eladrin Empire or it's in Kozak.
It's in the Eladrin Empire. Because if it was, we haven't noticed it changing direction at all, and we've gone laterally quite a bit in 2 directions, and it hasn't come up. It's in the Eladrin Empire if it's that much off due north now.
I would quietly go up to the cartographer and ask if they had a map on them.
Of where?
Well, of this local region and sort of northeast of here.
I keep a small world map on me. I remember she was like a light Edinburgh Scottish now. I think I found her accent again. And it was being drunk that got me there. So, hey, she goes to her belt and like has like a little tube which she then pulls, and it's like the, what's it called? Like one of those directional, like the old directional scrolls, which tells you when you go to this marker, but it's like a thin, like world map. She puts, like, hooks one end down. Just hands you the map. I'm seeing 3 of them, so you I need more of the bread. And she goes back to the food.
And I'll start scanning kind of our trail and then where north was and kind of veering off slightly now. Trying to just see where it's going. And I'll just kind of make a mark of it and roll it up for the evening. And wait to tell the party.
Okay.
so they can enjoy the rest of their night.
And with James feeling a pull to a different direction and much merriment, much needed merriment within the rest of the party, we'll end tonight's session. So, all I've got left to do tonight is to thank my players. I have been joined by the wonderful DM Lake, Beth Dillingham, Lord Lambert, Commissar Roach, Mordred Viking, Kinda Odder, and we're normally also joined by Ghibli Jam. I've been Midgeman, this has been the Component Cast, and you've been watching the Elendor Chronicles. We will see you next time. Bye-bye now, everybody.
All right.